Hi, I'm Aubrey, and I play Isobel the Entrepreneurial.
Hi, I'm Legacy, and I play Rosanna, the Faithful.
Hi, I'm Scott, and I play Arthur, the Faithful.
Hi, I'm Termite, and I play Piper, the Underground.
Hi, I'm Bookkeeper, and I play Bishop Thomas Shaw.
And I'm Bloodied Porcelain. I'll be your storyteller for the evening. While every life has elements of comedy and tragedy, a hunter's life is a series of blessings and banes, heroism and horror, victory and vainglory. It is difficult to say how, or even if, a hunter will be remembered until the hunt is finished. Will their legacy be burnt flesh and exposed bones in a field of death? Will it be death prevented and lives saved? Will it leave a brighter future they never see, or will it be a legacy of their failures, full of broken homes and shattered dreams which give way to another generation of madmen? Who decides? Who tells their story?
We who cannot look away.
We who will not turn our backs.
We who can never forget.
We who risked everything.
We who carry on.
Tonight, some stories end and some curtains fall. Let's tell a hunter story as it happened, and let history worry about what their legacy will be. Good evening, players.
Hello.
Hello.
Last week was a lot, wasn't it?
Well, a few things happened, yeah.
And just a handful. Last week we did some last-minute prep, finished up a time skip while you all planned your mission to deal with the vampire in Piper's rearview mirror, the one who had been haunting her nightmares, perhaps even her waking moments for years. With the help of the Second Inquisition, Piper found enough information to make sure that that hunt came to a violent end. Unfortunately, there was at least one innocent life that got caught in the crossfire, and a certain secretary will probably never be the same. But she has been settled into the hands of the Second Inquisition, whisked off to be taken care of in whatever form that happens to be. In the fighting, Isobel, Arthur, and Piper all took significant damage. And away from the fight, making sure that you all weren't left to deal with interference from possible backup that the vampire might have had, or just other vampires in the area. Who knows? Patty and Tav got into a tussle with some sort of local force. And Tav nearly didn't survive the encounter. It took Isobel a lot of panicked, desperate emergency medicine in the RV, and then a trip to a local hospital where an OR had been set aside just in case something went wrong with your hunt anyway. Again, thanks to your connections at the Second Inquisition. All in all, though, it certainly could have gone worse. Could have been that no one walked away. Could have been that only some of you did. Since then, you've had a few weeks to begin to recover, to get yourselves back to fighting fit. During that time, you were contacted by Sister Mary Christopher, who you know as the secretary for Bishop Thomas Shaw, who let you know that once you were ready and physically in better condition, the bishop is hoping to meet with you so that you all can carry through on the promises that you made to him in exchange for his support and your status as private contractors with the SI. Well, it's finally that time. You guys took a few extra days, even once you were back to the point where you were pretty sure you'd be able to handle anything physically. People regained their full range of motion. Isobel cleared everybody to go back to field work, but you still took a few extra days because who really wants to deal with Rin, am I right?
So willpower's recovered, damages healed?
Yes.
Cool.
Correct.
Oh.
Cool.
As a general reminder, I had two of you make some occult rolls to see what you would recognize about what's about to happen. Because there's been an awful lot of talk about having to deal with Rin in a more finalized manner. As a general reminder, Rosanna and Arthur, your faithful abilities will not work. Unless Rin has become something other than human, none of your stuff is going to proc against her. You're going to be stuck with bog standard combat pools. Pretty safe to say nobody's going to be able to use desperation dice unless you find some way to make non-combat-y things happen. I.e., if Isobel on the fly decides to MacGyver something, that might work. That sort of thing. Piper, you also know that most of your supernatural-oriented stuff is not going to work, even though it's technology-based, just because the assumption is you're not walking into anything supernatural.
Yeah, the occult rolls revealed that perhaps Rin is just a normal person. Perhaps.
Yeah. As far as all of you know, and as far as Rosanna was able to tell over the month of being able to actually talk to her Fey companion, Rin is just a human. Just like Rosanna is. Now, the flip side is, the assumption that you all can make is that most, if not all of what Rin can do, probably won't work on you either.
Hey.
She did, however, warn Rosanna that Rin didn't just get training on how to funnel power from her, and doesn't just have her faith-based stuff. She's a trained fighter. She's a proper soldier. She's not going to be going up against another hunter who has been pretty dependent on what their abilities can do. She warned you. She doesn't. It's not like she had a ready outlook on everything that Rin's ever done as during her hunting. It's not like she was ever summoned during all of that. But she's reasonably sure that Rin has had proper training on a tier that you all have not. Common sense also tells those of you who may carry firearms as a rule that your firearms are probably not going to get through the door. Because at least as far as you're aware, Bishop Thomas contacted you because he wants help to save Rin, not to kill her. And as far as you know, the Second Inquisition is loath to give up their best soldiers. So, all of that being said, you all are back in Louisiana at the cult compound. It is morning. You know that the bishop is planning to meet with you later in the evening. Is there anything anybody wants to do during the day and the time that you have?
I believe towards the end of last episode, there was mention of a conversation that needed to happen.
Oh, yeah, no, that's fair. Piper and Isobel need to have a conversation.
I shall slip back into mute.
Probably a conversation.
It could have happened during the downtime if you would like.
Yeah. I'm mostly just thinking about where, because it's something that would be a completely private. Like she would want it to be a completely private conversation.
The RV is always an option.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, to have the conversation in the lab, yeah.
Obviously, if they would like to be there, Isabel's boys are more than welcome to be, since the assumption is they already know the situation.
Tav is probably not going to be there, but Tav is on the mend. If this is happening during downtime, so he's up in the big house with Arthur. Honestly, Piper and Isobel should probably also be in the big house, but they have slipped off to have this conversation alone.
Yeah.
Isabel's healing quickly. We're not going to look too hard at that.
Patty, however, will be there.
Yeah.
Piper's just gonna look at Isobel. She's gonna take the sunglasses off. Why?
You will have to be a little bit more specific.
I'm assuming either you were wrong about how long the effects of the blood would last, or you did it again going into that fight.
Yeah. I did it again going into that fight. Because we didn't fully know what we were up against. And in the end, it seemed like a good enough risk. I talked it over with Patty and Tav beforehand. With the idea of it as a weapon in our arsenal. And we would be remiss not to use everything that we have. I made the promise to them that was the last time, and that when we get home to California, all of it is going away, all of it is being thrown away.
You know you're insane, right?
Yeah.
Piper just kind of stands up and kind of holds her hands or her arms out towards Isobel. To offer a hug. And she kind of hesitates for a second because I don't think this is something that has ever happened before. But
I think we've hugged once, and then it was immediately just like I was when I was still very cursed. I was doing weird things to the curse, but I think Isobel will see it and move in to hug Piper.
I don't really have much else to say. But you're insane. But I think that goes for all of us. So
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure all of us are some form. In the end, I made a call.
I think it was a good call.
Yeah.
And even if you did it because we didn't know what we were going into, we did go into that knowing that realistically this wasn't going to get anywhere, and this was just a play for me to get revenge. So thank you, even if it wasn't for me.
And I went in there to help you, but in the end, I would appreciate.
I'm not telling anybody else.
That's good. I wasn't going to tell anyone else, and it would just be, I think, honestly, near the end of that fight, that the blood was the only thing that kept me going. Bullets hurt.
Yeah. Yeah, we should probably get back before people start asking questions about where we went.
Yeah, probably.
But I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Patty will step out of the back, the little garage space that has been converted into Isabel's lab/surgery, and will extend hands to both of you to help you get out. Since you are both still recovering, Patty took a beating, but he's not nearly as bad a shape as everybody else is. And Rosanna, which this is unusual for most fights, Rosanna came back with no problems. All right.
She wasn't
Rosanna,
that damage magnet this time around.
she was smart enough to stay away from where the fighting could get to her. Speaking of Rosanna, Rosanna or Arthur, do either of you have anything that you want to do during the downtime? Specifically. Conversations you want to have?
I mean, I think in the downtime, Arthur's just doing all of the organizational stuff with the church. This new prospect of being able to retire, it changes a little bit of the dynamic that he was building with the church, like where they would start accepting him being gone a lot more, just in case. But now it's like, now he's going to be around. So just mostly kind of getting involved in like what's happening with some of the families, any new structures that are being built. So I don't think, unless Rosanna wants to have a conversation with him, he would at least check in with her to see how she's feeling with quiet and everything in the whole letter from last time, but not pressure her in any way to be involved in anything going on or even talk to him if she doesn't want.
Rosanna is probably going to take the next couple of weeks while she's the only one that doesn't have any real healing to do. To start kind of like testing the limits of what she can do magic-wise.
Okay.
Because she hasn't had a chance to really like sit and play. Because there's just been so much going on. And knowing that like there is some part of her when she's put under a lot of stress can start doing weird stuff, and she didn't really have much of a time to like go into depth of what that would mean. She's just gonna start kind of playing around with what can I get away with?
She's playing around with magic in Arthur's backyard.
You'd already know this to some degree, Rosanna. Most of the stuff that you've been doing when you get overly stressed is stuff that you get from your Fae companion. It's not you. It's just your ability to channel her. And it is her kind of blatantly breaking the rules and the agreement that she has with Rin in order to help you. It's... You would assume not something you can do with Rin there, because you both have equal pull, or there are, in fact, most times you're pretty sure Rin's pull is probably better than yours just because she has years of experience over you with it. But Rosanna specifically does not have anything extra that is explicitly hers. It's her faithful abilities and Tuafla's power that she can kind of channel through Rosanna.
then, I mean, that's pretty much all she would be doing. But if that's not the case, probably taking some time for some self-love and, you know, staying time in her patch of the grass that, she, has fucked up so bad.
It's that one little
out in that clearing, far away from all the houses and stuff.
Oh yeah, she's spending a lot of her time there. And I think that
it's become a lovely little glade with a lot of you prey non-invasive species of plants that weren't there before.
Just as a daily little picnic in there.
Yeah. I mean, like, and like every now and again she'll like say hi to the others, but like there's an awkwardness that like she still doesn't want to be like there. So she'll spend a lot of her time like between that little patch of land that she's fucked so bad, and then like the RV.
All right, cool.
Phrasing. Anyway,
stop it.
Arthur.
Yo.
Is there anything specific that you would like to do other than visiting people?
Nope.
Getting to meet all the babies that Katie Lynn keeps talking about.
Training in recognizing that we're going to have to go into this fight a little bit more, weaker than normal, because Arthur punches the supernatural and apparently kills ghouls in a single shot. Knowing that we're going to have to like actually, fight something, he's probably going to train a bit with, Patty for the most part. So that's about it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Patty is not going to give you a ton of training in the meantime because you're already really hurt and he doesn't want to make it worse. He's like, Isobel will kill me. But he corrects some of your form when you go to throw a punch, catches you because you have a habit of like making your fist the wrong way. If you're not paying attention, if you just do it on the fly, you tend to curl your thumb into your fingers, and he's like, no, don't do that.
Relies a little too heavily on haymakers because it always works out when he punches supernatural things.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, that's not gonna work against somebody who knows what they're doing. Yeah, there isn't a whole lot else that he can show you with the level of injury that you were at. All that being said, before the session began, I gave everybody rewards for a good job last week. So things that should hopefully be helpful with what is coming. At the end of your downtime, Isobel, you are technically still a ghoul. It hasn't been a full month. It's only been a few weeks. Just to make sure that everybody's on the same page. Everybody's healed. Everybody's willpower is full. Unless they need to have a dot reserved for something or pre-spent to help manage some issue or another. All of that out of the way. Rosanna, your phone rings from a number that you have saved as Bishop Thomas's office.
She'll pick it up. Hello.
Oh, Dr. LaBelle?
Yes, how may I help you, sister?
I am calling on behalf of Bishop Thomas. He wanted to make sure that you were, you and your friends were still in Louisiana. We're going to be there tomorrow?
We are in the area, and we are looking forward to getting to meet Bishop Thomas.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. We have some meeting airspace at St. Louis's Cathedral in New Orleans. If you could meet us there.
Well, I will pass that message along to my compatriots.
Well, then we will see you tomorrow afternoon. Let's say around 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock looks perfect. You have a lovely rest of your evening, sister.
You too, Dr. LaBelle. And she will hang up.
And, Rosanna's going to message the group chat. Tomorrow, 4 p.m. at the cathedral in Louisiana.
You specify which cathedral, right?
Yes.
Because there's a number of them.
Yeah.
Cool.
The specific cathedral. My ADHD brain over the table, like, that was like I heard it and then like instantly forgot the name.
Gone.
Yep. So.
An affirmative.
For reference, because we have a number of people here with academics and the ability to do research, St. Louis Cathedral is the seat of the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of New Orleans and is also the oldest cathedral in continuous use in the U.S. Outside of one that's out in Monterey, California. But
Fair.
it's located in the heart of the French Quarter.
Ooh.
Yeah, how much information can you get in terms of like layout, blueprints, stuff like that?
I mean, you can find like old stuff, like really old like historical blueprints, but not much after that. The assumption is not much has changed.
No, like recent renovations or anything like that?
Not that you're aware of. If it happened, it's not on the books.
Isobel just puts in the chat, we should probably have a plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not entirely sure why there has to be a chat that this is happening in. You all are living in the same house. Right. Y'all can just have a conversation, Isobel. Stop texting the people in the same room as you. It's fucking weird.
Rosanna's in her petroglyphs. She hiding.
Yeah, so we have to have the chat because Rosanna is super far away.
Rosanna's in grassland.
We can go find her. We know where she is.
I mean, we know where she is, yeah.
Yep. All right, everybody shows up in Rosanna's clearing because Rosanna is trying to be antisocial. They're like, nah, fuck you, bitch.
Nope, not happening. I mean, it's technically my backyard, so, you know.
Well,
he
guess
does
what?
technically own this.
Yeah.
Yeah, you own everything around this piece of grass. I made this grass. In your
Also-
backyard.
One thing, fuck people with cash. Makes my job way more difficult.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're dealing with an organization who established the you got to pay to get to heaven. So.
Oh, yeah.
Or
I forgot about indulgences.
Or a donation to the church who doesn't have to pay taxes.
Hey, listen, as on board as I am with the anti-church rhetoric, we probably shouldn't say anything like that after right now.
I'm not gonna say anything after this. Fucking hate the Catholic
That
Church.
was direct.
I mean, but also, I mean, a church does need donations to keep functioning.
Yeah, but when you don't have to pay taxes and you get a shit ton of revenue from your followers, donations, people who, do charitable events for said church. I once, when I was in Massachusetts,
Rosanna, you do understand that I lead a church, right?
Yeah, but
Not legally.
look at the not legally,
you
and
don't.
you guys got in a bunch of trouble with the IRS. So
Right, because apparently we needed to pay taxes.
yes, because you weren't seen as a legitimate church.
They see you as a cult.
Regardless.
I pay the cult tax.
Regardless.
I say lovingly.
What's the plan for
Yeah.
this?
Well, here's the thing. We're going to a church, and realistically speaking, we're not going to be able to bring any weapons. Realistically speaking, most of us aren't going to be able to use any of our actual powers or abilities. We're dealing with a crazy psychotic zealot who seems to lack any empathy for anything, really, from what I've seen. She's got powers from her faith, what I've been told. Oh, and she can fight, with or without powers. And she can pull from the same friend as I can. So,
Will she be able to during this time?
yes, my month is
Okay.
up. My month was up a couple weeks ago.
Is there any
That's
way we
fair.
can stop that? Anything we can do to limit?
So, the way that our connection works is it's kind of like a give and take. We would have to fight for pull. And she's a lot better at pulling than I am. I don't know how she's able to do it. Probably with all the practice that she was able to get that I only found out a year ago that I have this thing in my head.
Also worth
So-
noting that neither you nor Tuatha know what kind of damage it would do if you two got into a tug of war.
Yeah. And I don't want to hurt her. Not my sister.
Okay.
Father. We gotta just find a way to take her out the old-fashioned way. If we're even allowed to. I don't even know what we are going to be able to do.
Yeah.
I don't know, because I don't deal with the Catholic Church.
Right.
I deal with an entire different entity. So, everything that I know about the Catholic Church, I know because I had friends help me do a little bit of research.
Mhm.
Other than that, this might be a good time for us to pull on somebody who's a little bit better with religion. And she's gonna look at Arthur. You're the holy man here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was my suggestion that we go with Plan B if Plan A failed, but I also want to remember that there is still Plan A, where we try to convince her to back down, to come back and be back in the fold. That's what we're actually hired to do. And Plan B, taking out Rin, is the Plan B. I do want to prepare for that. I don't want to not prepare for that. But I also want you, Rosanna, to think, how can we pull Rin back? You know her better than I do. I can talk about her faith. I can pull on the faith. And the forest obviously agrees.
Yeah.
But we need to be able to pull on her as well.
I mean,
She's still your sister.
she is still my sister, but the thing that I'm having difficulty with is after her finding out about everything, the Second Inquisition, the Fae, the Faith. It's been years since I've seen her in person. People change just as time goes. Add the pressures of religion on top of that. The last conversation that I had with her was her displaying that she doesn't care who she hurts. I'm her sister, but she wants to get rid of me. She wants control. Full control, and I don't know.
Does it even work that way?
So,
Your friend only appears in twins, doesn't she?
Yeah.
but once you need to be so here's yes, she's more likely to appear in twins, but that doesn't necessarily mean that singles are fully out. They just have a much harder time connecting. But here's the thing is she has had years before me to connect to her and to learn that pull and to gather all of this other stuff, this arsenal of like pure unadulterated faith in. I don't even necessarily know if it's God that she's pulling this faith from. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, I think at the core of it, she believes it is.
I mean, that, yeah.
Because I don't know where I get my powers. But I think it's from God, but I don't know. I don't know if it's the same thing from you. Maybe I have some connection to a faith thing. I don't know.
I don't. What she's got is like what we got on like Super Drug. It's like they
She's
took
got a lot more practice.
a lot more practice and a lot more power. We are identical twins in looks only. Which is... That's my sister, man.
Okay. So...
I'm willing to try
to... We get to Rin. Go ahead.
I'm willing to try to talk to her, but... Hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
Yes. That's all we can do.
You just need to know which strings to try and pull on.
Yeah. If there's any big, important memories, maybe from your childhood, try those.
People might change, but it's really hard to get rid of things that have happened. They just end up getting buried. They're still there most of the time.
Yeah. The rather...
Look, I had an entire curse about this.
Yes. The rather unfortunate thing, though, is that a lot of my sister and I's relationship was competition. My parents were kind of twisted. They would put us in beauty pageants together, competing against each other. It was always, who was the prettier of the identical twins? Who was the more talented of the identical twins? Who was smarter? Who was quicker on their feet? Who was more athletic? We didn't have many opportunities. I mean...
But was there never a time when the both of you ran off to go sit in a park or chew on some gum or have a pizza under the bleachers when your parents weren't looking or anything like that?
My daddy was a pastor. My mom was a stay-at-home mom. And the only time that we really got... when we were kids... we had imaginary friends. that we would run in the backyard of our home and play with.
It's a pretty good start.
Mhm.
No,
I don't know.
we're back when things weren't confusing, and back before Mom decided to pin two people against each other to see who was better. And, well, we used to always pretend that we were elven fairy princesses, despite our dad having some strong words against it. I mean, I could always pull on that, and maybe that was... I mean, who knows?
Some
Maybe
kind
that
of
was-
subconscious connection to your Fae lineage?
I mean, maybe. Remember, Tuatha thrives on imagination.
Hmm.
Who are
Sad.
the most imaginative people in the world?
Hmm.
Children.
Yeah. It's a good start. Mull it over for the next day. See what you can come up with. And then I guess we need to have Plan B.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, conversation's real difficult to plan for.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
most of our planning was always going to be, what if it doesn't work?
Yep.
I mean,
Walk tall and carry a big stick, as they say.
I don't think they're gonna let us carry our sticks.
I do have an idea, though. It's a little bit morbid and a little bit old school. But, one thing that they teach you in the South is, the bigger the hair, the closer to God, and what better way to get close to God than a can of L'Oreal hairspray?
You're gonna homemade flamethrower it?
Not the worst
That'd work.
idea.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that idea came from somebody that wasn't me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
It's,
a little surprising.
Clear
That's a
that.
passion girl.
Well, it's clear that Piper's rubbing off on you, Rosanna.
Mhm.
Pepper, years and years of beauty pageants, and years of church.
And I don't think they're gonna take kindly to us doing that.
No. No, we, regardless of what happens, we need a plan to get out of there as quickly as possible.
Well, I mean, not to. Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, hairspray idea isn't bad. I think if one of us has hairspray, there's three of you that could have it. I'll simply bring my lighter in and just be like, oh, sorry, it goes with my smokes. By the way, I haven't been smoking on nicotine gum. Katie Lynn hates it. So, they're whole pack unopened. I'll have to open one and toss it aside to make it look like I do still actively smoke.
Or you can just take my pack.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess I could do that too. Guess I'm rubbing off on you too, Rosanna.
There's also, I'm not sure how well trying to argue that you should carry a lighter because you smoke is when it comes to the church.
Do you think they don't smoke?
Not openly.
Well, they used to.
Mm-hmm.
But not much these days because, can't smoke in public buildings, even the ones that do get tax exempt.
I'm going to try and bring Gozer with me and try to pass him off as a service dog.
Honestly, he's our best bet.
Yeah. I mean, worst case scenario, I'm sure I can make something that'll at least make it spark.
Yeah, and I can figure out something as well,
Just, don't be surprised if they try to throw up a fight. and try to take away all of our toys.
Not surprised. I didn't plan to bring a lot of things with me anyways. No point in them just taking them away.
Mhm.
Leave everything in the car.
And the rather unfortunate thing is God forbid it does come down to battle, I don't even know if my bow and arrow will work. Because I've never tried it on a human before.
Yeah. Metaphysical bow, metaphysical arrow, physical person. I get it.
Well, I mean, everything that we fought in thus far has been physical people.
Well, sure,
Just-
but with some kind of corrupt metaphysical soul.
And, I mean, worst case scenario, we're gonna be in a church, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we need to.
There are candles in a church.
There's candles in a church. There's incense
Let's-
and incense holders.
Yeah, but let's try and keep collateral damage to a minimum.
It's fair.
I know one thing's for certain. She is the thing that she's a soldier. So soldiers, for the most part, especially ones that are trained by mega institutions like the Second Inquisition, can probably be a lot more resourceful. We need to make sure that she doesn't have any access to weapons. God forbid. Because I'm sure that they don't want us bringing in our stuff. How fair are they going to be on their end?
Oh,
What
they have
Probably
to.
not in.
Yeah, they have to have weapons to enforce the no weapons rules. That's how it works.
Exactly. So, you know, she might be loaded. Because
Lovely. More bullets.
maybe not even bullets, maybe
Mm.
something else. I don't know. Unfortunately, what we fight, believe it or not, is very predictable. Werewolves are gonna claw at things. Vampires are gonna bite things, and they're gonna have people who have bullets. We are dealing with actual bog standard humans, which is hilariously the most unpredictable thing. And we gotta just have, we're not gonna be prepared for everything. Unfortunately, we don't know, especially organizations that have lots of tax-free money. Who might have connections to their government sister side.
Yeah. Well, I think we could continue this talking in not necessarily circles, but the what ifs. I think we need to set a plan.
Yeah.
Instead of worrying about all the things that could happen, we need to decide, what are we doing?
Unfortunately, I think this is a situation where we're going to have to react more than prepare. So we'll have to judge the tactical situation when we're in there. If Rosanna and I are going to be doing most of the talking with Rin, because I guess I'm pulling on old daddy issues or something.
I mean,
older pastor man, right?
issues of faith,
anyway.
less daddy issues, but I guess they are kind of the same thing in this situation.
You're right.
I'm not good at talking, so
Right.
Leave all of that
So
to you.
The two of you, I'm going to have to rely on you we're going to have to rely on you to do the tactical sort of figuring out when we're in that situation.
Mhm. Look, if they've got to have cleaning supplies.
Mhm.
A lot of those are very volatile.
Mm-hmm.
I know science.
But that's what I think is going to have to happen, is that while Rosanna and I are focused on Rin and trying plan A as much as we can, it'll be Isobel and Piper, it'll be your role to look at plan B and figure it out while we're kind of distracting her. And then if it goes south, you'll be ready. If that makes sense.
Do what I can.
And I want to be transparent with the three of you. If talking fails, and I don't want to sound pessimistic, but more realistic, it will likely fail. There is every chance I'm not making it out alive. I'm not a fighter. I know that I can shoot a bow and shoot a gun, but she can do all of those things too, and a lot better than me.
Yeah, but you know what she doesn't have?
If you say friends, I'm gonna...
No, I was going to say me, but that's fine. Because I'm going to be right there with you. And I can't shoot bows or guns. But that doesn't make me not a fighter.
Yeah, I don't fight, but I'm sure at the very least I can come up with some things that'll make it more difficult for her to be able to fight.
And if I can get Gozer in there, you got back on.
I also forgot about Gozer. We'll have Gozer. And Gozer is a fighter.
I wouldn't count. I wouldn't count on us having it.
Yeah. I will attempt to bring him in. I did, he is technically trained as a service dog.
What, Isobel, didn't you go blind recently?
That service is just murdering people. It's fine.
Yep.
The service is also like helping Isobel with her anxiety.
Murder is a very good anti-anxiety drug.
All right. So I'm going to be right there with you, Rosanna.
2 years ago, I thought she was dead. Yeah, well. And it sucks when it's your own flesh and blood. So,
I know. More than I think you could imagine. I know. Let's do what we can to save her.
yeah.
That's priority one.
I don't want her dead.
And
Yeah. None of us do.
I think priority two should just be us getting out of there.
Yeah, I think it should be more of getting out of there and, not worrying about killing her, slowing her down, if anything.
Yeah. just want to convince her to stop abusing.
And if we're there to try and talk her down, and I guess I don't know if they'll. I guess we can't expect that anyone there will help us, but we're doing a job for them, and that job doesn't work.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, they don't care if we get Rin, per se. They only care about access to Tuatha, so.
But their access to Tuatha is through her.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe another thing you can pull on. That they really only care about Tuatha, not Rin.
And if Rin is out of control, then really they just need you in their pocket. So, just remember that.
Yeah.
They're the house, and we're gambling here.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, there's not much more that we can do. Just
Make sure we have things to inconvenience people that are chasing us.
yeah.
I still have a couple of those tear gas bombs left. I'm not taking them in there with me.
Okay,
but
I was gonna say.
We can leave them in the car, and they make great deterrents for people chasing us.
Yeah. They don't be surprised if they limit what we can bring in, is all I'm saying.
Oh, and I planned on not even bringing that much on. Pocket lint mostly.
You think you could get like a bag of marbles?
What, Home Alone this?
I mean, we laugh, but bag of marbles and a couple banana could do a lot of damage.
Yeah, not necessarily banana peels.
I mean, you don't know what I can
Box
do.
of Legos.
We're
That'll
just
just
gonna
convince
bring an
them to go
entire
faster.
fucking toy chest and see what happens.
Paint
No.
cans on strings. Yeah, we'll be able to bring that for sure.
Bag of
Yeah,
marbles,
totally.
some wire, a couple batteries.
Yeah.
If we each carry a battery separately, it might not look so weird.
Or it might look even weirder. All four of us have 9-volt batteries. What's the coincidence?
Flashlights.
But we don't have flashlights. Also, flashlights typically don't run on 9-volt batteries.
Oh.
I mean,
Alright, then.
here's the thing: is Piper, Isobel, and I do have built-in pockets, so
I mean, I could also just
What?
So
I could also just go on the excuse of, and if it does get flagged, oh, I'm an engineer, I was messing with something, and surrender it there.
Hold on.
We're
I thought women's clothes didn't have
Yep,
pockets.
yep.
okay, all right, we're gonna move on from.
We're gonna just move on past that.
I'm sorry.
Arthur, ask your wife.
Yeah, you can.
Maybe
Google
Lil
it
explain
later.
it to you when you grow up. She'll explain it to you when you're older, Arthur. Oh my god. Alright. Is there anything else you guys want to have a conversation about?
No, I think this is a perfect spot to end this conversation.
Yeah.
Amazing. Okay. You all gather yourselves, get back to the house. Dinner is a relatively quiet affair. Everybody's kind of caught up in their own thoughts. There's the occasional sporadic conversation about potential plans that kind of fizzles out because you realize that there's very little that you can plan for when you doubt that they'll let you take anything through the door.
Arthur ends up asking Katie Lynn about female clothes and pockets, and she's super confused by what he's talking about.
Yeah, because he's not specific about the context the conversation happened in.
Doesn't mention that the word inbuilt was mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Or built in Yoda.
Built in, yeah.
After dinner, as people are headed to bed, prepping for the next day, Isobel, you get pulled aside by Patty, who guides you out onto the porch so that he can have a quiet conversation with you.
Yeah.
Oh, you've been doing some thinking? I'm not going with you. Not for this one. Paddy's still not back on his feet entirely. Or Tav's still not back on his feet entirely. Sorry. That was a storyteller fuck up. And, at the end of the day, I'm still Catholic. Doesn't feel right.
It's understandable. I wasn't going to ask.
Good. Because I can't go into the oldest cathedral in this country and potentially get into a fight. Me ma would kill me.
And I do actually want to meet your mother at one point. I would prefer she not kill you in that conversation.
Great. And if she didn't, she'd walk me in front of the nuns at my old school, and you really don't want to meet Catholic school nuns. They're not nice.
I don't particularly want to.
Are you gonna be alright with all this?
I'm doing my best. It's a lot, and honestly, I'm not very useful if a fight breaks out, even with everything. My focus is going to be getting us all out of there.
All right. Well, do me a favor.
Yeah.
No matter what, you come home.
Always.
Don't get me wrong, I care about your friends and I want everyone to come back, but at the end of the day, you're my priority. You don't come back, it's going to be you I go storming a cathedral to get back. And pretty sure... I know they say that once you join the Catholic Church, you can't ever leave, but I'm pretty sure they'd kick me out.
There's a chance, but...
And then my mom would really kill me.
Yeah, well... In the end, no matter what, I will always find my way back to you and Tav.
You fucking better.
I will. It's a promise.
Good.
I'm gonna have Gozer with me. He's watching my back.
All right. Try to bring Arthur back with you. Katie Lynn's lost enough time with her husband as it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully everything turns out all right. That we'll figure it out. I still have a couple of tricks in my bag of tricks that I haven't pulled out yet. No one's expecting me to do a very long jump.
You don't think that your current thing that you've got going on is going to be something that they know about? Or can figure out?
Certainly hope not.
Didn't you say they've got some weird sort of hoodoo like Rosanna and Arthur do?
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna try to give them not a reason to look at me with that. And as far as anybody knows, Piper and I are the only ones who know. I'm going to be careful.
I'm sure your friends will react well to finding out about that the hard way.
Well,
He just sort of gives a long-suffering sigh. You've really got to stop keeping secrets. All of you.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those things. I didn't want them to worry about that. In the end, it would have been a conversation, and lots of Arthur telling me that I'm doing the wrong thing and making a mistake, and all things that I've heard before.
Well, that's fair. You know, if you want me to punch him in the mouth, I'll punch him in the mouth.
Oh, I think it's fine. I know he is very...
I know he signs me paycheck, but
I can deal with it. In the end, as I said, we made the promise. It's the last time. When we get back to California, it's all going away.
All right.
I will only study things in a lab, not using myself as a guinea pig.
Good. That's what I want to hear. All right. Well. Come on. We've got to get to bed. We've got a big day ahead of you.
Yeah.
And Tom's dressing needs to be changed, and he won't let me help him. And he'll do it himself if you don't show up on time.
Yeah. Don't want that. He still shouldn't be moving too much yet.
I tried to help him when you all were gone for your little powwow at lunch, and he threw a vodka bottle at my head. I'm not even sure where he got the vodka.
Katie Lynn, probably.
Probably.
But yeah, let's go.
All right. He stands up, helps Isobel to her feet. And helps her inside. While I am stuck with the thought of tap to Tov manifest Russian or manifest vodka. Oh my god. Okay.
01 vodka bottle.
Everybody heads to bed that night. After Isobel deals with Tov's bandages and Tov grumbling good-naturedly in Russian at her that he doesn't need help, he's just fine, he should be going with her the next day, he's very adamant. And Isobel has to threaten him with a tranquilizer to get him to stop insisting he's going anyway.
If she needs a note from his boss to tell him he has the day off, even if he doesn't want the day off.
Do you really think that would help?
Nope.
Even if it would be more effective coming from Katie Lynn than you, and he'd still go.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I could just imagine they're trying to hand the note to him, and Tov just being like, "What?"
Yeah. Look, Isobel will give Patty the sedative to give to Tov if he tries after we're gone.
You all get to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Have a lovely night sleeping. Those of you with nightmares, I need you to roll me your nightmare dice, which is willpower.
Those of us with nightmares, so me.
I can't remember who all has it. I just know that somebody does.
Uh, 6 critical.
You are fine. All right. Anything else that has to happen in the morning? Or just before you leave?
Realistically, because Piper doesn't know that Patty had this conversation with Isobel, Piper is gonna pull Isobel aside.
You go to find Isobel out by the RV. Patty is there with her. You could tell that they are saying goodbyes. They're having quiet last minute words before she leaves. And he kind of looks up as you come around the corner. Oh, I think you may be in trouble. And he leans down, gives Isobel a little kiss on the lips, and then takes her by the shoulders and turns her to face Piper. And then Isobel can quickly hear large Irish man feet scampering away. Like a child who is avoiding being in trouble.
Fair. What's up?
I realize that at the very least, we should probably come up with a reason why, if they try to do anything, you ping as something not human.
I can't see and talk to the dead.
I don't know if that's going to be much of a defense. Unless you kind of... I mean, maybe...
I still technically have a blood curse running around through my veins.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the crutch that we have to lean on.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a lie. It's just never pinged before.
It was...
But they don't know that.
It was one of those things where it did, but it didn't.
Yeah.
But it's either that or you probably shouldn't come with us. And I'd rather not split up.
Yeah.
So... I just thought it was kind of important to bring up, you know.
Yeah.
If I was able to figure it out, then odds are they will much more easily. So
we'll just go with blood curse running through my veins.
Yeah, I mean, it's tangentially related to what's going on, so
it was because of a vampire, yeah.
Exactly. Otherwise, run.
Yeah. Oh, trust me, I will if it really looks bad.
Yeah. I think that's kind of where we're at.
I'm going through the list in my head of like all the chemicals that you'd usually find in a cleaning closet and how you can mix them together. Just in case.
You people need to stop hanging out with me.
I love that y'all's backup plan is let's blow up the oldest cathedral in the United States. What could possibly go wrong? Y'all are going to put me in a position where I have to give you a season 4 to deal with the fallout from the Second Inquisition.
Just be careful.
Yeah, you too. Look, if it looks bad, I will run. I'm sorry, I will ditch all of you.
Realistically, I think if it gets bad, we should all run, because if just one of us runs, then it's not like it's going to look all that great for the rest of us.
Yeah.
All right. Going to assume everybody is done and is ready to load into the RV. No more conversations, no more things that have to happen. Yes? Rosanna?
No more conversations.
Okay. You all climb onto the RV. It is not a terribly long trip into New Orleans, as it turns out. It's a little awkward to maneuver an RV on the street in the streets of the French Quarter.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
We really should have just taken any other car.
Mm-hmm.
But you manage it. The cathedral's like standard visiting hours for tourists is ends at about 3 o'clock. Seems like they may be on an altered schedule for whatever reason. But they started kicking people out about an hour before you showed up. But you're here.
Is Piper able to have a bag of marbles and like some loose wire and 9-volt batteries?
Listen, in theory, you are welcome to bring anything you want to the door.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like, is to see if we can get it through.
Yeah, that's all stuff that you could pretty easily get at like a Walmart on the way there. So yes.
Or from the junk drawer at the house.
I can't promise it'll get through the front door.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Exactly.
Okay. So, do you guys have a marching order? What's happening? Are you all walking up in like a line, like it's a movie?
I think Isobel will be near the back because she'll be walking up with Gozer.
We're gonna walk in a V.
Ants are walking 2 by 2.
Super slow motion.
Awesome.
Clothes moving in the wind.
Awesome. Cool. Is anybody going to knock on the large, heavy double doors?
Arthur will look to Rosanna, but be prepared to do it himself.
He'll do it.
Okay.
All right. For those who are watching at home who may not have a clue what the cathedral looks like, the cathedral is surrounded by a tall-ish black wrought iron fence. The cathedral itself is carved out of a beautiful white stone with tall gray pillars. And the doors are massive dark wood double doors that are formed like an archway above you. Sorry, who knocked? I'm sorry.
Rosanna.
Yeah.
Okay. I was double checking my picture so that I could give an accurate description when you said, and my brain was just like, somebody said that they knocked, but I didn't listen to who. The doors open a few moments after you knock, and there is a middle-aged woman who's got a kind of plain, nondescript face, except that half of her face is mottled red scars from being in a fire. Her eye still looks functional, but her face it looks like somebody may have like held her face to open flames. She is wearing a nun's habit. And she looks over all of you and and she smiles. And despite the scarring, she has one of those warm, welcoming smiles. That just it's that kind of face that you just can't help but kind of want to smile back at. She looks like the type of person who manages to find sunshine in like even the darkest situations. Well, good afternoon. I'm Sister Mary Christopher. It's lovely to meet all of you at last, instead of just seeing your pictures and hearing your voices over the phone. You must be Miss Piper, and she turns to Piper.
That's me.
As someone who is frequently in charge of filing action reports and helping to put together operation plans, your work was excellent. It was a pleasure to read.
Figured if we were going to do something, we should probably do it right.
Well, you did. It was fantastic and made my life far easier when it came to getting you the support that you asked for. Standing behind her are two men, both in high collar, long sleeve black shirts. They look almost like they might have been like pre-shirts, but they've obviously been modified. They're made out of that, from what you can see, that like moisture wicking material that a lot of like athletic gear is made out of. They're wearing the like solid black cargo pants, black boots. Neither of them is carrying a gun, but they are both carrying batons on their hips. They're pretty stone-faced. They're not nearly as welcoming looking as the nun that they are standing with and that is chatting to all of you. And they've taken up kind of flanking positions on either side of her, effectively blocking the doorway. And Sister Mary Christopher kind of looks between all of you. You must be Dr. Moran, and she'll hold out a hand to Isobel.
Isobel will gently take the hand and shake it.
It is a pleasure to work with you. I had the good fortune to get to talk to Allison, your colleague,
Yes.
friend. You two talk
Friend.
about each other like you were both. She has nothing but glowing things to say about you. I truly hope that you end up coming to work with us a little bit more permanently. Speaker, is it? Is that what the title that you prefer? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm no speaker. I'm merely a shepherd.
Well, it is lovely to meet you. And
Impressive robes you have there. Gonna have to get to know which tailors you buy those from.
she looks down at herself because she's just in a basic nun's habit.
He's pointing at the other two guys on either side, just to clarify.
Well, I'm sure that if you do end up taking on a position with us, I'm sure that you will be issued your own set. And she looks over at Rosanna, and her smile gets even more genuine. And she holds out a hand. Dr. LaBelle?
Sister. So very nice to finally put a face to the name.
Indeed, it's so nice to meet you. I feel like we're already friends. I've been working with your uncle for oh goodness, what's it been? A decade and a half? It's wonderful to finally meet you. I've heard a lot about you. Well,
She'll reach out a hand.
she will take it and kiss it. Not like knuckles up, but like like she holds your hand in both of hers and lifts them to her lips and gives a tender little like welcoming kiss. It's almost like a grandmother. These young men are just going to pat you down before you come inside. Standard procedure for anybody who doesn't call this headquarters. It is, after all, the oldest of our cathedrals. We don't want to risk it.
Of course.
And Dr. Moran, I hate to be a party pooper, but your dog cannot come inside.
He is a service animal.
He was also a trained attack dog before he even came to you.
It's fair. can he wait?
I'm sure your RV has air conditioning, does it not? Otherwise, we can keep him out here. I suppose I can have one of the guards take him for a walk.
Yeah, I'm not sure Gozer's separation anxiety from Dr. Moran will let him go much farther than the steps of the cathedral. That's my thought.
Well, as I said, the RVs like that, as far as I'm aware, usually have air conditioning built in that runs even when it's not on.
Yeah. Well, we'll look around at everyone else and just say, yes, I'll put him back out in the RV.
Okay.
Probably the easiest way, yeah.
Isobel walks Gozer back to the RV. The two guards step up and begin the pat down. Is anybody trying to explicitly hide anything? Cool. Did anybody bring any weapons?
I left my gun in the car.
Arthur?
No. Other than his fists and his bracer, Arthur brings nothing to the table. About the worst cases, he's going to have his pack of cigarettes and his lighter.
Okay. Make me a... Let's go wits and persuasion to see if you can pass off the lighter and your pack of cigarettes that's only missing one cigarette and looks brand new, as you genuinely still being a smoker.
Double check my numbers before I make the roll. Yeah, okay. Yo. How does 5 successes sound?
Not bad. All right. You get a kind of sideways look about the lighter, but the guy who's giving you your pat down just sort of roughly reiterates that they don't allow smoking inside. And
yeah, sure.
You get the feeling from the way that he says it that he's being polite, but he will not hesitate to boot you out on your ass if he thinks you're gonna light one up inside. So that's about it. Piper, your collection of random bullshit is not getting through the door. Absolutely not. They offer to take it and keep it in a bag for you, which you can collect on your way back out.
Yeah, she surrenders it. Oh, okay. Shit. Yeah, didn't kind of slip my mind. Sorry.
Yeah. They're not entirely sure what you would have done with it, and that's obvious, but they've also been told just how clever and smart you are. I'm not even allowing a roll for that. You can't just pass off the random bullshit. They're not dumb. They're aware that Piper is the smartest person in the room, and if anybody could come up with something weird to do with wires and battery and some marbles, it would be her. Rosanna, are you bringing anything in particular inside with you? Are you going empty-pocketed and empty-handed?
No. Unfortunately, her weapon is close to her chest, literally.
She literally plays it close to her heart. I understand.
So, other than that, yeah,
right.
There's not much more.
Very cool. During the time that you guys are getting the pat down and Isobel is walking away, the sister disappears inside for a few minutes. Bishop Thomas, Your secretary, your assistant, comes over to speak with you. You can hear voices at the door, so you know that they're here. And she kind of speaks quietly with you. They're here. They're currently being checked for weapons, and the dog has been put outside.
Okay.
One of them feels strange.
All a little strange. Can you be any more specific, or is it just a feeling right now?
It's a gut feeling. Bishop Thomas, your secretary has been with the SI for quite a while, but has only recently started to show any signs that she's been able to manifest her faith as a power. But it's still at like baby level. She's mostly just instinct right now. She's not advanced enough and has not learned how to wield it well enough to be able to read it super clearly yet.
All right. Thank you for telling me. It'll be fine. Bring them in. I need to talk to them for a few minutes anyway. And just keep Joshua and Jacob nearby.
I will do so. She will turn. She comes back to the doorway. None of you all heard that. That was a fair ways inside, and spoken relatively quietly. Isobel, when you return,
Yes.
One of the guards steps up to give you your pat down. Is there anything that you were trying to sneak in with you?
No, I don't think there's anything trying to sneak in.
Okay.
Would have left
Is there anything that
anything-
you're not sneaking but still trying to take in that they would find? Is probably the better way to put that.
No, because I think she would have left her phone in the car as well. You know,
That's
kind of
fair.
just going in with, you know, they might find, I don't know, some gum, some pocket lint.
All right, cool. Well, then everything is left to you.
Oh, yeah, they confiscate phones too, don't they, I assume?
Yeah, probably at this point.
Yeah, they get some kind of massive brick flip phone thing from Arthur. Looks like something that walked out of the late 90s.
All right. Phones are mostly like, you can see that they have those little like, you know how when you go through like a security checkpoint and you put all your stuff into like one of those beige bucket things? They just hold one out for all of you to put your phones into, and assure you that they are going to lock them up in the office and you can get them back when you are on your way out the door. That way they don't get snatched or anything like that while you're downstairs.
Oh no, all of our disposable phones.
Listen, they're being very polite about this whole thing.
Just a bucket full of burner phones. Fine.
As you finish, the sister returns and makes her way over. Bishop Shaw is ready to speak with all of you if you would like to follow me.
Will nod.
And she turns and she... Oh, yes?
The bishop is sitting up in the front pew and will stand up as they come in.
Yes. You all follow her inside along the long row of pews to where you can see the bishop standing up and turning to face you.
Peace be with you all. How are you today?
No
you all
se
for
te
coming.
ipsum.
Won't you sit down?
Okay.
Sir.
I roll take your seat.
Your hunt was successful, I hear?
Mhm.
Quite.
Wonderful. Wonderful. So we have brought Rin. She is downstairs in some spaces that we don't share with the public. Before we go any further, before we discuss, if you don't mind, we are in a church and we are about to undertake an endeavor. If you don't mind, I'm just going to say a quick prayer.
Go ahead.
In nome Dei Patri et Filii et Spiritui Sancti, Pater Noster, qui es in celis, sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum, fiat vantulas tua, sicut in cielo et in terra, panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie, et dimite nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimitus debitoribus nostris, et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. So, I've had some time to think about this. I was surprised that you waited longer than the 30 days to engage on this subject, but I'm glad you have. May I ask, what's your plan?
We're gonna. Good, Rosanna. You're the key person here.
We're gonna try a discussion. I don't know how far gone she truly is. I only know from the interaction I had in ending up in the same place mentally. To keep it short. We're gonna try to pull on a couple things to see if we can pull her out of whatever it is that she has going on.
Mm-hmm.
Does she have any weapons?
No. The room we've set aside is one of our training rooms. There are a couple of archaic weapons hanging on the wall, but you'd have to like wrench them down. They're decorative.
But there are weapons then.
But there are weapons in the room.
Yes. Like I said, they're attached to the wall.
Okay.
From what I understand, there's some history, some old memories we're going to try to pull on, and some psychological connections to faith and faith-based fatherly figures we're planning on utilizing. That's the plan.
Yeah.
Oh, and hopefully we can get to her.
And if you can't,
ideally we break away and regroup.
It kind of depends on her reaction.
Have y'all tried to have a discussion with her?
several people have spoken with her. But for the 30 days in which she was we sent her to a spiritual retreat, so she was isolated during that time. Met with a few spiritual directors, but was away from most of the society's infrastructure.
And how did she seem when she came back from that? Did it make it better or worse?
Thomas, she seemed a little bit more collected a little bit more the young woman you knew when you first brought her into the order. She still has a lot of that fervor, still believes in the righteousness of her mission. So she's not 100%. She just seemed calmer and a little bit more, what's the word? Resolute. Does that make sense?
Getting some time, getting to spend some time with scripture and with the spiritual exercises has helped center her to some degree.
Okay. So it didn't radicalize her while she was gone. It's good to know.
St. Ignatius has a very particular form of radicalization that probably doesn't meet the current definition.
Okay. And I just want to kind of get an idea of you've worked with her for a couple of years, I presume. Maybe you can answer this question then. I've been made aware that she's had some military training, so to speak. What is she capable of?
The society trains all its members to defend themselves and to act as combatants in the field.
Okay. What kind of training? And I'm only asking for my safety.
She took very well to the hand-to-hand combat lessons. She's very good. If you fear for your safety at all, stay out of her reach. The officers of Gladius Day, says, gesturing to the two guys in the tactical cassocks, we'll be right outside. We'll be monitoring via camera.
Okay. Because if she comes for me, Bishop Thomas, and I don't have any reason to doubt that she won't, and she's made that perfectly clear to me, I will do what it takes to defend myself. If your boys fail to bring her back. And I'm going to just make that very perfectly clear and transparent with you.
Let me assure you, Rosanna, all of you have made your intentions, your real intentions, crystal clear.
And just to be clear, those cameras are on, I assume, a private system that only the church has access to.
They are.
Completely separate from the outside.
Yes.
All right.
May I ask why you brought a ghoul with you?
What are you talking about?
And he looks at Isobel. You have partaken of vampire blood.
Yeah. It was an incident that happened, but she's been waiting for the effects to wear off.
This incident was when?
Recent.
Isobel will just nod, not saying much of anything.
Normally it takes about a month for vampiric blood to work its way out of the system.
And now you understand why we waited a month before we continued with our plan to help you.
She has ingested blood more recently than a month ago. I can hear it singing to me.
incidents happen.
From that, I presume that would then not be the first time.
I would like anybody who has said a word about all of this to roll me. Let's go with charisma subterfuge. Arthur, you can use bluffing.
Yay.
And I will roll for Bishop Thomas behind the scenes.
Isobel didn't say anything. She's got a shit pool for this.
Charisma? Not manipulation?
Charisma.
Damn. All right, hold on. Check my
Isobel,
Okay.
the fact that you have a shit pool for this is why you don't get to roll.
No, it's fair. It's also why she didn't say anything.
Rosanna,
Throw
you
out
have
that
to roll
5-6
too,
others.
honey. You were part of the conversation. You didn't say much, but you still talked. So I'm giving you the opportunity to roll. You either roll or you auto fail. Like those are your options.
Can I roll composure subterfuge to make it seem like I don't know anything?
You haven't said anything. You're not in this conversation.
Sure, I will allow you to roll composure subterfuge.
Yeah, it's more of a oh, just by watching her, somebody might figure something out.
Okay.
Can I use desperation on this?
No.
No?
Nope. Lying isn't breaking a law.
I mean, it's stealth and subterfuge.
Subterfuge is one of the things.
I feel like that is stretching the intent of the rule.
I mean, the wording is stealth and subterfuge in service of the hunt.
This isn't in service of a hunt, honey. You're going to have a conversation with another human. You're not hunting a supernatural.
Hey.
Okay.
4, 4, and 5. Those are our numbers.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Let's see how you do. Me unable to type. Sorry, guys. 1 second.
Technical difficulty. Only these are your hands.
All right. He believes that Scott, or he believes Arthur, but he doesn't believe anybody else.
I didn't really say anything, but sure. That's fine.
I see.
It's something we're working through. So you'll have to give us a little bit more time.
Well, I'm going to choose to trust you. And in so doing, tell you that I've been authorized to offer you full employment, all of you. I know that several of you have expressed interest in not being field operatives anymore, and we can support that.
That offer for full employment, is that specifically under the society?
No, not necessarily, Bishop Thomas. There are government branches that would take them too.
Given several of you have particular predilections, and I freely acknowledge probably some concerns with the church, there are also several offices. They work under the auspices of a group called Operation First Light, where you would be able to find, for lack of a better term, a regular job with regular hours.
It is also worth pointing out to them, Thomas, that yes, regular job, regular hours, and yes, they can go work for the government. The government is a lot less forgiving about people who may have moral quandaries about the things that they're asked to work on. They kind of don't get the option to say no without potentially sacrificing their employment and then dealing with the repercussions of whatever rap sheet they may come into the situation with.
I presume these are intelligent young women and men who understand that sort of thing.
Fair. I just thought I would point it out.
Let's see how this conversation with Rin goes, but
Yeah.
afterwards, I'd like to have that conversation.
I might recommend then that Isobel stay here with me. She is the one person here among us upon whom the powers of the hunter would be effective. And thus, she would be at the greatest risk going into that room.
Yeah. No.
Whether it makes sense.
Isobel, I've said it once and I'll say it again. You were part of my cell. And just like everyone else, I'm not going anywhere without you, and you're not going anywhere without me.
She will come to no harm.
It might hurt your chances if I'm in there and she senses this. It's the smart move.
Sister Mary clocked that there was something unique about Isobel. Rin has more practice.
Yeah.
I think it's the best thing you can do.
Yeah.
I'm no good in a conversation, Arthur. You know this.
I'll take her to our security room where I'm going to be watching the conversation anyway. She can watch right alongside me.
All right. Well, if we're so concerned about Rin and what she'll do, Arthur will reach into his pocket, pull out his cigarettes. You might want to hold on to these for me then.
As you wish.
Don't want her to take my lighter and use it against us or any other thing.
Very well.
Well,
Follow me.
whoever's leading the way.
All right.
He goes into what should be the vestry, but there's a little antechamber before you get into the actual place where the priest changes into clerical vestments, and he pushes on a side wall, and it opens, opening a stairwell leading into basements, which they don't normally build in New Orleans.
Yeah.
You all are led down a set of somewhat narrow circular stairs. It's a little bit like walking into something out of a movie. It seems like the church can't quite completely let go of its proclivities towards certain styles. Feels very dated, despite the fact that as you walk, you can kind of tell that yes, there are the walls are kind of gray stone, and the floors under your feet, while stone, are smooth and even and clearly probably manufactured rather than cut by hand, like you would expect in a building so dated. As you make your way down, you find yourself in a long, kind of dimly lit corridor. The first thing you notice is that despite the fact that you are in New Orleans, it feels a little chilly. The space is the air is more dry, less humid than it is outside, but is still humid to some degree. Stone flooring, as far as you can tell. The seams between the stones seem to be filled with some sort of kind of pseudo rubbery substance. You're not entirely sure what it is that they've used instead of like typical mortar. You assume it is probably there to help keep the moisture that is in the earth outside from getting in. He walks you down a hallway to a pretty nondescript door in the wall on the right-hand side of the hallway. As he goes, he points out a room that's just marked security, or a door that's just marked security, as where he and Isobel will be waiting. But doesn't like take you inside or anything. He just walks by it to another doorway at the end of the hallway. On the right-hand side. Bishop Thomas, is there anything you want to say before you let them into the room? You're muted.
You're muted.
Are you ready?
Ready as we're gonna get.
Then God bless you all. He will unlock and open the door.
All right. He opens the door. The three of you, I assume, are going to go in. Is anybody hanging back?
Nope. I'm going in.
Yeah.
Anna?
Rosanna's just gonna take a minute and just kind of like touch her pendant, and close her eyes and do her own little like mental prayer before stepping in.
The door shuts behind you. Bishop Thomas and Isobel turn and make their way back down to that security door, and into a small room that is Isobel, when you walk into this place, you're pretty sure that this room is like Piper's wet dream. It is a wall full of screens, lots of several sets of keyboards, a whole control panel built in to basically a desk that the keyboards sit on. And it's just the two of you. He the two of you sit down. He settles, and you can kind of hear him take a deep breath as he prepares for what's to come. And we are going to hide you two from view because you're not in the scene anymore. We'll come back to you later.
The bishop will start praying the rosary.
Okay. For the rest of you, what you notice in this room first is the chill. It is cold and it is damp, and the cool seeps through your clothing and clings to your skin. This place smells of river water and sweat. It's lit by harsh LED lights installed every 10 feet. The room is about 30 feet long and 15 feet wide. The floor is rubberized, and as you walk over it, it squeaks a little. The long walls are dark gray stone. One is broken by the door you just came in, roughly at the dead center of the room, while the other is adorned with a 13th century arsenal. A kite shield, white with a large red cross, hangs in the center. It is flanked symmetrically by broadswords, then spears, then pikes, and then a long piece of wood. Anybody who wants to can roll me intelligence and academics.
Oh boy.
Something I'm pretty good at. Oh, not that good though.
I got 4.
I'm not wasting any willpower on that roll.
I got 3.
All right, well, you only needed 2, so you all do pretty good. Piper, you know exactly everything that is up on that wall and what it is called. Rosanna, you know a few of the things. Like you could tell the difference between the spears and the pikes. But everybody can after a moment identify that a long, thin-ish kind of piece of wood that it looks really out of place because it's literally just a piece of wood kind of attached to the wall. Before you realize that it is a very old English longbow. I'm not going to make any of you roll for this. It is obvious that these are decorated. They are not kept up to be used in super rigorous combat. You might be able to get a couple of uses out of anything on that wall before it probably will fall apart or chip. These are antiques. They are not still intended to be operational, but they are there, and they can potentially be used. The longbow is unstrung, but you can see that there is a little pouch attached to it that probably has the string inside of it, because old-fashioned bows cannot be kept strung when they're not being used. There is also a quiver of arrows hanging beside it.
How is this stuff kept on the wall?
It's those they're basically like mounting brackets. Excuse you, bless you. They're basically mounting brackets. Some of them can just be slid out from under the bracket. Some of them you may have to try and break the brackets to get them loose. That sort of thing. The brackets are all wood, so they're not impossible to break. It's not like you're going to be contending with steel. The short walls have additional construction. At one end are a pair of what look like large air conditioning vents currently shut tight. And at the other, mirroring the vent placement, are heavy iron grates, which cover unlit tunnels that stretch into darkness. The door squeaks a little, a lot like the floor as it shuts. If anybody wants to make me wits and awareness, you can.
Wants to?
You wants to? It's up to you.
I would in fact like to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to as well.
Ooh, what?
Oh.
All right. For those of you who rolled 2, the door has a rubber seal that settles into place when it closes.
Soundproofing?
You didn't roll that high.
Can I look more closely and do an academic roll for it?
You've already rolled, maybe in a bit. When you have a minute. For right now, there are other things in the room for you to focus on, like a person. Standing on the far side of the room, staring up at the arsenal on the wall, specifically staring at the cross adorned shield, is a woman of about Rosanna's stature, though she seems a little bit more trim and hardened. Not to say that she's like super skinny or anything like that, but she looks like somebody who has just, if you had taken Rosanna and given her a significantly more like brutal life in terms of hyper aware of all of her calorie intakes, working out for hours every day, that sort of thing. She looks like she could be Rosanna, but put through like an extreme workout camp for, months or practically years. Her back is to you. She is wearing a nun's wimple, but she is wearing a very similar outfit to what the men who patted you down were wearing. The like tactical cargo pants, the combat boots, and the moisture wicking athletic top. She doesn't look like she's currently armed. Her hands are folded behind her back. And after a long moment, she turns to look at all of you. And it is like looking at a mirror of Rosanna. They look exactly the same. Save that she is, again, the lines of her face are a little bit sharper, a little bit more angular. Like she's been on a more extreme diet.
Well, I'll break the ice if it must. Hello.
Hello. She has not taken her eyes off of Rosanna since she turned around.
Tyron.
It's not my name anymore.
Then what do I call you?
She pauses for a moment. You can see her jaw flex slightly. She's got this look on her face that reminds both Piper and Arthur slightly of when Rosanna is annoyed at somebody. And is like fighting not to say it. that moment of let me gather myself. Let me
A look that Arthur has seen many a time.
Mm-hmm. I'm Sister Mary Elizabeth now. Keep rolling your eyes. Should at least show a little bit of respect. I'm being nice and I don't have to.
Mary Elizabeth. Okay. I'll play your game. Mary. Name of the Virgin Mother. Okay.
about to point anything out, but Elizabeth, also biblical name, related to Mary.
Aware. Thank you.
I mean,
I know. Thank you. I'm sorry.
she's the mother of John the Baptist, cousin to Mary. Just throwing that out there.
Yes, this isn't the time for Bible studies, but I do appreciate your efforts, Shepherd. I was told that you wanted to speak to me. So let's get this over with.
Okay. The church recognizes your efforts and that you are fighting for a righteous cause. But they are concerned that you might be going a little too far off of the edge. And so they called me in to speak with you. And I'll say it once. I'll say it again. I'll say it until the cows come home. It does not matter how you feel about me. Whatever anger you have towards me gaining access to what we share. You are my sister, whether you like to admit it or not. You are my family. And I am genuinely concerned about the road that you are going down. Because it's one thing to work for the Inquisition. It is one thing to find faith. But when they come calling on me, things need to be talked about. And I fear that one day you are going to take it too far. Whatever it is that you are doing. And they have the same concerns.
Rosanna, how genuine are you that you are actually concerned? And how much of this is you saying what you think you need to say because you agreed to do this?
Like a 60-40. 60 on being like, there is like genuine concern. 40, she's kind of obligated to be.
Okay. Let's make that a charisma persuasion. I will give you a +1 because you are her sister, but you do not get your attractiveness bonus because she's just as pretty as you are, and that would be weird.
I feel like it's more that it would be weird.
Arthur.
Yo.
My actual guy. Dexterity stealth?
Okay.
To try to not get noticed?
To not get noticed as I casually move toward the wall? Yeah, that seems fine. Dexterity and... Whew. All right, let's see how this goes. Not my best.
Three's pretty good. And 4.
All of the dice have flames on them. That's impressive.
You roll my dice over here. I'll just roll my dice over here. Okay. First things first. Arthur, as you go to take a few steps, her eyes snap to you.
Okay. Arthur will stop where he's at and just be looking at her, waiting for Rosanna to finish her bit so he can jump in.
You stay in my eye line, Shepard, or I'll make sure that you can't move from it. Bear in mind that she's kind of standing in she's standing in the middle of the room with her back to the wall, so if you're gonna go to the wall, she can't see you. So.
Oh, I didn't mean to go behind her or anything. I was just gonna move.
Well, you said you were moving towards it, so I took you at your word.
That's fine. Sure.
And then she turns back to Rosanna and she kind of gives a little head tilt, and there's this almost amused half smile on her face. I think part of you might actually believe everything that you just said. How long did you spend trying to convince yourself that you actually care what happens to me? And that this isn't all just about the thing our family is tied to?
If you're not going to tell her.
Until about a year ago, I had no fucking clue.
Oh, I'm aware. Because up until about a year ago, she was behaving herself for the most part. My understanding is she gave you a couple of little treats behind the scenes that you didn't quite pick up on where they came from for a while. And then she gave you the weapon that was meant for me.
Ever consider why? Why she gave me the weapon?
No, because she didn't want me to have it. I'm not stupid.
It's because you're needlessly cruel.
You say needlessly, I say justified.
It's not justified to abuse something that's been in our family line for generations upon generations.
What do you think every generation before us has done? She's a tool. You see her as a person. She's not a person. She's not human.
She's got feelings and can feel pain.
Doesn't make her a person.
I'm sorry, are we suddenly back in the 1800s?
Yeah.
Listen, I can smell the curse still clinging to you. And she looks back at Piper. Also, whatever is going on with you that makes, I'm assuming she kind of squints a little bit. Probably magic types. Nervous, right?
That depends on how close they get.
The things that aren't human in this world victimize, kill, enslave humans every day. That's why you all do what you do.
Mm-hmm.
The only difference is I'm open and honest about it. And God has blessed me for my efforts.
Okay, but you know what else victimizes and enslaves humans? Fucking humans.
Sure, but we have systems of law to deal with that.
That
I can't police
barely
everything.
function.
I can't police everything and everyone. I have a special skill set, and that skill set allows me to deal with the things that humans can't.
Okay, so you're not human?
I am. Of course I am.
Well, you just said you can deal with things that humans can't.
I have God's favor. He gave me the
Think
power
you have God's favor. Thinking and actually possessing are two very different things.
Where's your friend?
Bishop Thomas needed her for a project.
I've known him long enough to know that he only took her out of the room because he thought that she would potentially be at risk. Which means that all of her fooling around with vampires may have gone sideways.
Say that like every part of this job can't go sideways.
Not many still let you walk around in daylight afterwards. So what happened? Did she... She catch wind of a nasty spell or drink some vampire blood? Filthy leeches. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Listen. We just came here to talk. I can't say that I disagree with anything that you're saying. But there is a time when I've understood that I've been a little bit too zealous, and it's resulted in injuries to myself, to others. And I think that the Second Inquisition, Father Thomas and the others, are a little concerned that your actions might do the same for others. And we're only here to talk to you about that.
Everyone who joins this army comes into it knowing that there's a chance we're not going to walk away from the next battle.
Yeah, but if your injuries and death come from your own side due to carelessness or bad decisions, don't you think that the commanders might want to get that under control?
As far as I'm aware, I haven't made any bad decisions in combat yet. What they're concerned about is the fact that I'm harder to control right now.
Why do you do what you do? Why do you fight?
Because supernatural are a scourge on this world. And helpless people can't defend against them. God's given me a gift to do so. And I'll utilize every bit of that power in order to defend them.
What about all the helpless people that get hurt when you go out and do your job?
You mean like that building that got blown up? Because you went poking around in a vampire's business? And all the people that were inside? I haven't had something like that happen because I'm careful.
You're 100% certain that you've never had a negative impact on somebody's life?
Oh, I'm sure people have had negative impacts on their life, but only people that go into it expecting that something like that could happen. I heal what I can. Can't always bring back a limb that gets lost, but...
So you admit that you've hurt people?
No, I haven't hurt people. People have gotten hurt in the battles. I'm not the one who ripped off their limb. Werewolf did that. The best I could do was stop the bleeding.
So, you think that we're here because Father Thomas and the others can't control you anymore, and you have some kind of extra power than they can possibly understand?
I think that they are concerned that I don't always take the orders that they want to give me. If I think that there's a better call to be made. I'm sure you know something about that, don't you, Shepard?
Yeah.
Seen the reports of people who have looked into your most recent exploits?
Mm-hmm.
For what it's worth, I think I'd have wanted to pull the thing out of the wall too. I might have been a little bit more careful about it, but I understand your reasoning.
Yeah, and that almost ended up with some people dead. So, listen,
Yeah.
I get you. I get you. I understand.
Okay.
But if I was left to my own and I didn't have Rosanna or Piper or Isobel, it would go badly. And maybe you're not like Rosanna. Maybe you're like me. So is it hard to think that maybe you need a Rosanna or a Piper or an Isobel in your life?
I have my team.
Does your team actually like you, or are you as cold?
Depends on who you
Then.
talk to.
I think it's more of an important question. I think the more important question is, does your team work for you, or do you work with them?
Yeah.
Oh, they work with me. I'm not the one who gives the orders. But in the fight, nobody expects to come back, including me. Goodness knows there have been plenty of times one of them has screwed up and I've forgiven them afterwards. So, you've towed the party line, said what he asked you to say. What are you really here for?
I'm not sure about those two. I'm just here to make sure you step back from that cliff that you're walking towards. Everybody's got a point where all that matters is making sure you get to kill the next thing because you think you're doing good. But
You know I am.
do you?
I do. Seeing the families we got to benefit from their loved ones coming back.
But what happens when you're not doing good anymore? When you take things too far?
And we'll deal with that when the time comes, won't we?
Why not deal with it now?
Is that a threat?
No, I just know firsthand that putting off problems, things that might come back and bite you in the ass later, doing that over and over again just makes the inevitable worse. The explosion.
Did an awful
keeps
lot like a
building.
threat, Miss Ash.
She did not threaten you. Get a grip.
I mean,
Right.
that was all just truth. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Piper was talking about her own life, but it sounded like she was describing mine. So,
Personal experience. Not everything is a threat.
So what are you really here for, Rosie?
You don't call me Rosie. Rosanna is fine.
From the woman who just rolled her name, or rolled her eyes at the name that I took when I took my oath and my vows, you really think I care what you think I have the right to call you?
Shut the fuck up, Bryn.
whoa. Rosanna may become a town. Breathe.
No.
Again, you can either use the name and be respectful, or you don't get to expect the same treatment.
I'm so done with people demanding respect for me when they don't give it to me in return.
Okay, that's fair.
You are so out of line with the way that you treat me. Because I remember. It might have been a year ago, but I fucking remember. Oh, shut the fuck up. Shut
All right, so tell me what you're here for. Get the fuck out. Isn't that how you talk?
Oh, you're a nun, though. You can't swear, honey.
Oh, I can do whatever I want.
I don't think she cares.
Back off, Twalfa.
No. I have just as much right to her as you do, and I actually have the training to access her properly.
Really? Because I access her just fine. She willingly comes to me, too.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike you. Because you're nothing but a cold, heartless cunt.
Rosanna, make me Dex and Athletics, please.
Okay.
You take 2 levels of bashing damage as she hauls back and pops you in the nose. Blood splatters everywhere.
Violence has begun.
Truth hurt, don't it, bitch? And she's gonna go right for the wall to grab the bow.
All right. I'm gonna need another Dex Athletics.
Arthur's gonna try to get involved in this.
All right. I need the 3 of you to declare. Hold on. I need the 3 of you to declare actions. Everybody's trying to do things at once, and I'm only one storyteller, guys. Rosanna's going for the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Arthur?
Arthur's going to try to maybe tackle Ren, because if this is all happening so fast, it's probably a tackle.
Okay.
Piper's not doing anything. She sighs heavily and takes her hand out of her pocket and starts looking around. But she doesn't move to do anything.
Arthur, strength plus brawl.
Okay.
Piper, are you looking for something specific?
Not really. She's not really doing anything.
All right, I don't know what to have you roll, if anything. That's why I'm asking. This is mostly for me as the storyteller and not for Ren.
No, I don't think I should roll anything.
Okay, cool.
3 for my tackle.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, because Piper's not doing anything, make me what's awareness.
Okay.
Arthur rolled 3 successes for his tackle.
I could try to roll some. I'm not going to right now. I want to save my willpower for later.
Okay. Rosanna? Dex plus athletics?
Hey.
This is mostly to see if you can avoid her grabbing you.
Even though she already took a turn?
You started to try to run past her.
Yeah. We've affected. She basically got a surprise round, and now we're actually starting combat. This is a proper combat now.
Yeah. All right. 0.
Yeah, that's what happened. Arthur tried to move to get toward the weapons, and it was pointed out that they were behind her. So.
Okay. Piper, you hear a click at the door.
They didn't lock the door when you came in, did they?
You're unsure? Maybe, maybe not. This could be the door unlocking. This could be the door locking. You don't know until you check.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, the good news is because Arthur is trying to tackle her, I have to have her die pool to deal with the both of you. Okay. Well, that's a 1 against Rosanna and a 2 against Arthur. So, here's what happens. Rin's foot sweeps out. She does that move that you see in movies sometimes where she kind of crouches down and spins at the same time, and her legs catch the back of Rosanna's ankles, and Rosanna is flat on her back. But before she gets to actually follow Rosanna to the floor to really follow it up with anything, so Rosanna, there's no damage, you're just prone. Mm-hmm. Before she actually gets the chance to follow Rosanna to the floor, Arthur bodily throws himself into her and the two go tumbling. And roll across the room and stop a couple steps away from where Piper is standing looking annoyed. Based on the look on Termite's face. I'm so sorry. You have the ultimate RBF going on right now.
No, that's accurate.
Okay. Next round. Rosanna, you are on the ground, but she is not in a position to grab you right now. Arthur, you and her are kind of tangled in each other. Neither of you really have the full upper hand.
Sure.
Mostly because she has significantly more strength than you do.
Sure, but I'm gonna try to wrestle and fight her anyway.
That is totally fine. I'm just letting you know that you don't have full control of this grapple because.
Oh no, that's fine. I just have tenacity and determination.
Correct. All right. Next round. Declare actions, please. Rosanna, what are you gonna do?
Now, when you said that my faithful powers don't work, I assume that means that, like, I can't, like, access my bow.
You could summon it, but you're pretty sure it won't work against her because she's mortal. It is worth noting that you have figured out enough about how your powers work and about how the SI soldiers' powers work that hers probably won't work against you either. Mm-hmm. So you two are, mortal v mortal, no special magic, no weird power stuff. Do you want me to give you a minute? I can get other people's actions.
Yeah.
Okay. Piper, what are you gonna do?
Piper's gonna go to the door.
Okay. Arthur, what are you gonna do?
I am going to try to knock some sense into Rin / Sister Mary Elizabeth with my fists.
Okay. That's fine. Understand that if you do that you are giving up any chance of controlling the grapple.
Well, then I'm going to keep holding on to her. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay. It's mostly just that she gets to try to hit you back instead of just try to grapple with you.
Okay. Yeah, just going to keep wrestling with her then.
All right. Cool. Rosanna?
I'm going to grab the... I'm going to take the bow off of its hinges with the string, and I'm going to start stringing the bow.
Okay. Hopefully. That's going to be your action for the turn. It's going to take a round to get it down out of the pegs and to get it strung. Yep. It's not a quick and easy process, and just stringing it is going to be really hard given your strength score, but you will manage it if you spend a round doing it.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Arthur, roll. Yep. Roll strength and brawl, please.
Right. Does the boxing doesn't apply here, right? Because I'm wrestling, not boxing. I rolled last time without the boxing because I assumed
correct. No boxing specialty. It took me a minute to realize what you were talking about because it's not something that gets used very often.
I'm gonna go ahead and re-roll, see what I can get from those failures. Hey, one more success, so 3 again. Oh, but it's not a halved pool this time.
It is not a halved pool this time. All right, Piper. Should I assume that you are trying the door?
Yes.
It is unlocked.
Okay.
Are you actually going to push it open, or are you just testing the thing?
She's going to push it open.
Out in the hall, you can see those two bodyguards that Bishop Thomas said would be placed in the hall. Yes, I know. It looks like Discord is having some problems tonight, guys. I'm so sorry. He's on his way back.
It do be doing that.
Yeah, I mean, there was that thing before we actually started streaming where I lost audio and then it all came back in a rush.
Yep. Bishop Thomas is Discord's latest victim. Okay. The technocracy is at it again. Okay. You can see them standing outside. They are kind of at ease stance with their backs to the wall across from the door.
Yeah, that sounds about right. She'll just turn back around then.
Are you shutting the door behind you or leaving it open?
Leaving it open.
Okay, cool.
Be nice if Piper was trying to kick or something. But split the
Sorry,
die
you
pool.
are
With
on
her
your own.
one die?
You are on your own. Arthur,
Yo.
yeah, you lose control of the grapple.
Of course I do.
Effectively, what ends up happening is the two of you roll around for a moment, and then you're suddenly on your back with your legs in a really awkward and painful position. She's effectively gotten you into like a submission form that you see in martial arts.
Arthur has a brief moment where he thinks, I should probably learn more wrestling.
All right. And Rosanna begins to work on stringing the bow. Thankfully, because she is working on controlling the grapple, Rosanna's twin does not get to actually hit Arthur. She just gets to hold the grapple. But it's not a pleasant or unpainful process for Arthur. Arthur, you feel a little bit like your hips being dislocated.
Mm-hmm.
All right, next round. Declare actions, please, Rosanna.
I'm done stringing the bow.
Yep.
All right. Grabbing an arrow out of the quiver, and I'm going to use her being on top of him to my advantage to take a.
She's kind of laying beside him because she's got him in a leg lock. But yeah, she's on the ground.
Where's her back facing?
Probably
facing
the
me?
wall. No, her chest is facing you.
Okay. I'm going to use her in the grapple to as a means to reposition myself to take a shot at her in the back. It's a little hard for me to visualize.
You're gonna try and circle the room to get behind her?
It's hard for me to kind of picture like where she actually is.
Okay.
Because we don't have any visual references.
Right. No, I get that. You're up at the wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
She and Arthur are kind of in the middle of the room.
Mm-hmm.
She is on the ground, kind of on her side. Her legs and arms are locked around Arthur's legs.
Mm-hmm.
You can't tell exactly what she's doing, but given the slightly pained noises that are coming from Arthur, it's probably not pleasant for him.
Okay.
She is facing you. Arthur is facing away. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Like their feet are facing each other, but their bodies are in opposite directions.
Okay.
Piper is by the wall, which is almost directly across from you, just the opposite wall.
Mm-hmm. Then I'm going to use that opportunity to make standing a little bit harder for her. I'm going to shoot her in the hip.
Arthur's gonna continue Well, I guess he's going to try to break out of this thing and counter it, but he doesn't. Not super great at that. He doesn't know those things, but he's going to try.
All right. Piper, you open the door, see the men, and as you were turning back, that's when you hear Bishop Thomas's voice over the intercom. Bishop Thomas, what order do you give the guards?
All right, pull everyone apart. Don't let her shoot someone.
All right. Rosanna, I'm going to say that you can hear that. So you have the option to stop, or you can try and shoot her anyway. It's up to you.
Piper will start to move towards Rosanna. Just like hand up. Don't be like her. It's not worth it.
This might be your only chance.
She's gonna throw the bow.
Hey.
Get off of him.
Bishop Thomas. I need you to, in the bot channel, roll me 8 dice. /H space roll, and 8 is your die pool.
Gotcha.
Damn. Book's on fire and may have just saved y'all's lives. Well, let's see.
That's a lot of little flame symbols.
Oh, y'all got lucky. All right. The two walk in, and for a moment there is a second of hesitation because they look at Rin and you can tell that they don't feel great about helping the people that she is standing off against. There is a question of orders versus loyalty for a moment on their faces. And then they move over. One of them picks up the bow. The other moves over, kneels, and is speaking quietly in Latin to Rin, who is still putting pressure on Arthur's leg.
What's he saying?
Roll me. Let's do Hold on. This is me for a moment forgetting this isn't 20th edition. Roll me. Yeah, let's do int and academics.
All right.
They're talking very quickly, so I want to see how well you can translate.
Arthur's Latin is not that great, as it were, so I understand that. Okay. 3.
You don't get everything. What you get is that he is urging her to let go, that they have orders. He really doesn't want to be put in this position. She is arguing that you're all fucking apostates anyway, without saying fucking, obviously, because Latin. You're all apostates anyway. And she doesn't understand why the bishop is affording any of you the amount of protection that he is. And he's sort of like, yeah, no, I get it. I don't agree either, but we got to do what we're told. And she begrudgingly lets you go. You get a little casual like shove from her foot as she lets you go. Kind of a, get the fuck away from me, don't touch me kind of movement. But she gets up. And she kind of smooths her wimple and brushes off her pants. You're not bad. You could be better with proper training.
Well, guess we'll have plenty of time for that. Despite this loyalty issue happening between your team here and Father Thomas.
We are a team. Would any order in the universe get you to stop if somebody were wrestling with Rosanna? Didn't think so.
I think the circumstance is incredibly important.
Mm-hmm.
Because the order was to separate you two. Make sure nobody gets hurt.
The order that I heard was don't let her shoot anybody.
And to keep everyone separated.
Just remember, she only listens when it benefits her.
So are you gonna answer my question, or are you gonna keep taking cheap shots? Why are you here? Really?
Because you're too far gone. And you need to calm the fuck down. That's why. Because in your path to whatever good you think you're doing, you've gone too far. And it's not just me that's saying that.
I'm not the one who went for a weapon.
You're the one that threw the punch.
Yeah.
A punch can't kill. Well, a punch is unlikely to kill someone.
I went for explicitly non-lethal. Trust me, if I'd wanted to really hurt you, I would have. Same with your friend. Could have broken his leg in 4 places, but in the time it took my teammates to convince me to let him go. Why don't you just admit it? Why'd you really come here?
I wouldn't have come here. If I was told not to.
That doesn't answer my question. You came here because you had a reason.
Yeah, I was given a job. That's why I'm here.
I'm
I
not
was given a
stupid.
job.
We may not see eye to eye anymore, but I still grew up with you. I know when you're leaving things out. Stop trying to play like you're better than everybody else.
I'm not playing like I'm better than everybody else. I was told
The
to
second
come here.
the second a scuffle broke out, you went for the most lethal weapon on that wall for you. You came here because you want me dead.
Yeah. She figured out plan B.
I'm not stupid, Rosanna. And neither is he. He did that to save your life. Because if they had come in here a second later and you had actually tried to shoot me, or had managed to, they'd have killed you.
So is that it? Do you both just have to prove that you're better than the other? Still haven't grown out of that?
Listen, I was perfectly fine with never seeing her again. She went poking around in things that had nothing to do with her.
According to who?
Showed up because our uncle asked her to, and because she saw that it was an opening to kill me.
Looking in things I had no business to. I have
Just let it go after that conversation we had. Proved I was stronger than you. Got more control than you. Proof that I can shut you down in a dream space if I want to. Could have left you there if I'd wanted to. Had a conversation and I let you go. Didn't do any real damage.
Okay, so at the end of the day, this is just one big pissing match that y'all both are convinced you need to win?
No, because if I'd wanted to win, I'd have done it by now.
Every word you said tonight makes it seem like you still want to win.
I think
I'm making it clear that I can, and I'm choosing not to for now. Keep pushing me and do what I have to do.
Piper, I think that one of them does have to win. I think that's the big problem here. They both can't have control over Tuatha. One of them needs to cede their control to the other. This creature is just toxic for their sisterhood.
It's more than just that, though.
As this conversation is happening, more footsteps enter the room. Bishop Thomas and Isobel both walk in.
Doctor, if you would please see to your patient.
On it. Go over and check Arthur first, I guess.
I'm fine.
Yeah. Arthur's fine, then I'll go to C2.
Regardless of
Rosanna.
whether he's fine or not, he will tell you you're fine.
I guess mechanically Rosanna was the one who took damage, so
Rosanna's lip is bloodied. Her lip is split.
mm-hmm.
And she's got a lovely bruise forming, but that's about it.
Sister Mary.
Sister Mary, egotistical, by the way.
Was that in character?
I believe it was, yes.
What Whatever Rosanna came in here with in her heart to do, in the end, she didn't do it. Only one person in this room has spilled the blood of someone who is not a monster. Only one person in this room has struck their family. Get out. Go to your cell.
No.
Apparently, someone has forgotten how apostolic succession works. That was not a request.
Not all monsters are supernatural, and you're the biggest fucking monster of them all. Because I at least have the self-control to not strike at you.
No, but you don't have the wherewithal not to bring a monster into God's house. And she holds up a hand and points it at Isobel and begins to chant in Latin. Isobel, make a resolve check, please. Just resolve.
Just resolve, okay.
Now I'll give you resolve plus composure. Actually,
Thank you.
Now that I think about it.
When she starts chanting, can I try to chant the ward on fourth and natural? Because this is a supernatural effect, yeah?
Nope.
Arthur's going to try to tackle her again.
Would true faith not be considered supernatural?
Nope.
Listen.
That was a genuine question.
No,
Nope.
It's not considered supernatural for the purposes of this stuff.
I'm just gonna re-roll these last two to see if I can get anything else.
I mean,
That's
I'm sure
6
that
successes with a critical.
6 is pretty good. Let's see if you can withstand somebody who has high enough true faith to perform miracles.
I mean, I'm sure I'm gonna get stopped by a dude, but like Arthur is just gonna. He can't do anything. Wards.
Oh
won't
no,
work.
I get that. That's 100%. Arthur, make me strength plus brawl, I guess.
H. Oh, there we go. 4. It's 4. Yeah, it's 4. With some willpower. Hey.
Listen, but take your
It's fine.
willpower
This-
back.
this
You're
is
not
one.
you're not going to get over a member of
This
Gladius
one.
Day with 4 successes. I'm sorry.
All right, there's 1.
All right.
Those two.
Here's
1.
what happens. She raises a. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no. We were just pointing out that he had 2 successes and not just 1.
No, right. What I said. I said 4 isn't gonna override a full blown soldier. Sorry. Too many things happening at once. She raises a hand and begins to chant in Latin. Arthur attempts to run at her, to tackle her, to stop her again. And the member of Gladius Day who was beside her, you don't know if he's acting on instinct, if he's picking a side, it's unclear. But he intervenes and basically clotheslines Arthur. Arthur, you don't take any damage, but you're flat on your ass. Piper, you use your thing to try and cut off what's happening. And the earpiece starts to give you really, really high-pitched, like, frequency feedback. It's like having tinnitus cranked up past, like, human capacity levels. It's awful. And it doesn't seem to do anything to you. Or to her. Rosanna, are you doing anything?
If I see that she's trying to do something at Isobel, I
don't want to rush you too much, babe, but we've only got 20 minutes left. I don't mind going a little bit late, but I don't want to make everybody be here for an extra hour, so.
I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna take the longbow.
That you threw on the floor?
Yeah, I only threw it like down in front of me.
One of the soldiers picked it up.
The soldier picked it up.
Oh, come on. Okay.
You could try to wrestle it away from him if you would like.
No. Not with my dice pool. I have no clue if this is going to work or not. Rosanna's going to take the bow out of summon her bow, and she's going to aim one of her fey arrows right at her knee.
Okay.
And hope that it works.
All right. Isobel, how many successes did you get, babe?
Got 6 with a critical.
All right. You are struck by a feeling of intense, visceral, bone-deep dread. There is a voice that you have never heard before in your head that somehow sounds like you, but not you. Screaming at you that you are in mortal fucking danger. You have got to run. You cannot stay here. This is not safe. Arthur, you're on your ass. The guy looks at you because he realizes that he just sort of acted on instinct because somebody was moving and he was told to make people stop moving. So he made you stop moving. Piper, you're getting so much feedback you can't even hear what's being said right now. Not unless you take that thing out of your ear.
Oh, she didn't have there wasn't a thing in her ear. The earbud got taken away, remember?
Right. Well,
It's the sunglasses.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay.
The power comes from that.
So it doesn't seem to do anything. Ignore the tinnitus description because I forgot about that part. I'm so used to all of your stuff being sound based. The insides of your glasses are like a camera flash. It's this ungodly bright light that you instinctively have to close your eyes against and turn your head away.
She probably just immediately froze.
Yeah. Rosanna, you pull back on the bowstring.
Mm-hmm.
The arrow goes flying at her. Seems to hit her and dissipate. Because she's human. And your bow is based around your faithful powers. Bishop Thomas. You know what ability she just used. She basically turned Isobel.
Miss Ash, would you take the doctor out of the room, please?
Yeah. She will pick up her sunglasses and lead Isobel, take Isobel's arm and lead her out of the room.
not gonna stop. I'm not gonna not go.
Yeah, Isobel is ready to bolt anyway. The second you start leading her in that direction, she actually grabs your hand and starts pulling you out the door, down the hallway. She wants as far away from all of this as possible, and as far away from. By the way, Isobel, that feeling of dread is most heavily focused on Ren, but you can also feel it radiating off of Thomas when it wasn't there before, and one of the men dressed like a soldier as well.
Just to a lesser stopping her, Isabel's gonna leave the entire church and head to the RV.
Bishop Thomas.
I mean, Arthur's going to scramble to his feet if he can, unless somebody pins him.
The three of you are just going to go around like this, aren't you?
They're free to leave.
Guess that's up to her, Father.
As you're saying that, Arthur, the Gladius Day soldier, leads down and helps you up and kind of quietly apologizes. Sorry. Instinct.
No, it's fine. I get it.
If this isn't resolved today, it'll come up again, won't it? And Bishop Thomas looks at Rosanna when he asks that.
Ask her.
I asked you. She spilled blood. You did come in here with murderous intent.
I mean, she's still in Waldos.
So you don't get your way and you decide to murder people?
I mean, you swung first.
I lost my temper. I acknowledge that, and I will, I'm sure, do penance for it in confessional later.
Will you apologize?
No.
Not while that
No.
look is on her face.
Guards, out.
They leave. Why don't you let us deal with it?
You know, when she came to me in my dream, she said that if she had her way, I wouldn't be here to force her to fight for control over the thing that she's abusing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm here.
Also, I'm not sure if you heard, but there was some talk of insubordination a little bit just a minute ago.
Don't. Let's be honest. Yes, I came here with the full intention on taking her out, but I wasn't going to. because you asked me to come here and try to help. She lost her temper. She swung at me.
Oh, ever the victim, Rosanna. In your whole damn life, anytime you lost, the whole world's out to get me. Everybody hates me. Mommy and Daddy don't love me enough.
You asked me to come here to try to get her to calm down. She's too far gone already. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I knew that this was going to happen when I came in. I knew, but I was willing to try, and I tried.
What sort of a hopeless god do you pray to? I can't allow you to leave without you settling this. That much has become obvious.
Well, kinda seems like we're at an impasse.
No. We're not. Both of them are in the thrall of their anger.
Mm-hmm.
This only ends one way. You can stay if you want, Shepard.
I think I have to. And Arthur's going to start walking toward Rosanna.
I thought you might. And the bishop will walk out and shut the door.
And you both hear a click from the door a moment later. All right, we're doing this then. I'll even
Arthur's
let
gonna-
you all have first pick of the weapons that are left.
Arthur's going to grab Rosanna's hand and say, "Yep, I guess we are."
You don't have to be here.
Yes, I do.
Oh, come on. We do not have time for this.
Hey, I made a promise.
Rin is walking towards the wall to grab a weapon, you assume.
Is the bow still there? Did they put it back?
Roll me a d10.
See if there's another one.
I'm gonna assume no.
There is one other bow. It is unstrung, but it is on the opposite end of the wall that you took the one from earlier. It's like mirrored, right? So the one was on the left, or you took the one on the left. There's one on the right.
Yeah. I will go and string it up.
Arthur's just going to get into his fighting position.
No.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Rin, after a moment, takes down the shield and a sword. Shield looks pretty heavy, but she seems to heft it pretty easily.
Oh. Oh, never mind.
that moment of hope and then shrinking was kind of beautiful.
The artifact helps, but I've applied it to the other thing rather than the punching stuff, and so it doesn't apply here. Because I only get stupid out of one thing. Damn.
Rin moves to the middle of the room, with her back to the wall opposite to the two of you, so that she can face both of you at once. And knocks her sword against her shield, which she holds up in front of her body.
Arthur's gonna start moving toward her. Trying to keep the shield side to be the side he's facing.
All right, let me see. She draws a deep breath. I mean, you're approaching the shield one way or the other because she purposely put it between her and you. But she takes a deep breath, and you hear her say, "Through the intercession of Saint Michael the Archangel, be our protection in battle against all evil." All right, declare your actions, you two.
I mean, I'm gonna try to get in there and knock her back and turn her so that the shield is not between her and Rosanna.
Okay. Okay.
With some punches or whatever I have to do.
So are you trying to remove the shield from her, or are you trying to get between the shield and her? And grapple her again? You're going to have to be a little bit more specific about what you want to do, because it's hard to know what to make you roll.
Well, I was trying to lead her toward me. I know she's not going to immediately turn, but then that means I'm going to be able to hit her from behind. So either way, I win on that situation. I mean, I guess I'll just try to remove the shield from her. I guess that's kind of what it is.
Okay, cool. Rosanna, what do you want to do?
How tall is the shield?
The shield, it's a kite shield, so it is covering most of her body. You're not going to be able to hit anything vital right now unless you manage a headshot, which is unlikely. Just because you could see that she and Arthur are about to tussle. So going for a headshot, you were just as likely to hit him. You could maybe target her legs. Maybe.
I was going to go for the arm that has the sword in it, because I assume that she's going to raise the sword.
Possibly. Sure, you can try that.
Yeah. I'm gonna go for the arm.
Okay. All right, Arthur, I need strength plus brawl. Rosanna, dex plus firearms. I'm going to give you a -1 just because it is a very specific called shot to aim for somebody's arm while it's in motion.
Could I argue for composure because I'm aiming a shot?
Sure.
Perfect. Okay.
It was the 1, and then I re-rolled failures, so it became 3.
Okay.
Four successes.
Cool. She's got a split die pool because she's got to deal with both of you. Arthur, you do not manage to completely disarm her of the shield,
Sure.
but you do manage to force the strap that her hand is gripping on the back of it to slip. So it is kind of hanging off of her arm now. Rosanna, you skim the side of her arm. You do some damage, but it's not a full-on bodily hit. Her turn. Arthur, give me Dex plus Athletics.
Oh, okay.
See if you can avoid what's coming.
Maybe. Four.
All right. You take 1 level of bashing damage as her her forehead crashes into your nose and breaks it.
Yeah. Superficial damage to my nose.
Yes. Sorry, I don't know why I keep saying bashing. Wrong system. My bad. Y'all know what I mean? Too many systems. Can't keep track.
Bashing and lethal against humans here makes the same amount of sense as super aggravated.
That's fair. All right. Second round. Rosanna, Arthur, declare your actions. Rosanna, she is a little less covered up by the shield now. So you can take a shot that isn't called, but you don't get any say over where it ends up.
All right, that's fine.
Arthur's gonna just, I guess? I mean, I kind of think that he probably gonna hit her because she's more uncovered now, just to throw her off so that she's stumbling or something. See what happens. Punch him, do. Or actually, that doesn't make any sense. No, it's just gonna keep pulling. He's gonna try to move her more. So same pool.
I rolled an 8 critical to shoot her.
Okay.
All right. Well, trying to move her. 2 successes.
Okay.
Not super great.
Sir?
Mm-hmm.
Because I just rolled for her dodge. If I go with her dodge, Rosanna will hit her but will not do as much damage as she could. I would like everybody who is in the game currently to deafen yourselves, other than Scott, please. Including you, Rosanna, or Legacy. I will let you guys know when you can come back. Scott, Arthur.
Mm-hmm. Yo.
You see what's happening. You see Rosanna taking a bead with this bow.
Mm-hmm.
You know. If she can hit dead center with a bow like that, she could do pretty significant damage. However, Rin still has the shield and is far more nimble than you are.
Yeah.
You can, if you wish to, put yourself in harm's way to make sure that Rosanna hits where she wants to hit.
I mean, that's kind of Arthur's thing, isn't it?
That's why I'm presenting the option. I know what your drive is. I know what you've been trying to do since season 1.
Yeah, so Rosanna will win if...
Rosanna will win. You don't know what it means for you, other than the fact that you will get hurt.
It doesn't matter if I get hurt. It only matters that someone else is protected. So I am gonna go with it and do whatever Arthur needs to do to make sure that shot from Rosanna hits where it needs to go. Because it's very clear that Rin or Rosanna needs to die.
Okay.
And yeah.
All right. Let me ping folks. Okay. Rosanna, you line up this shot. You are not sure if it's going to hit. She's moving a lot. Arthur is wrestling with her. The two of them are scuffling. There's every chance you hit him and not her. It's hard to tell, but you've already loosed the string. And then you watch as Arthur literally jumps on Rin's body, wraps his arms over her shoulders and under her armpits, and turns her chest towards you. And you watch the arrow hit home, right in the heart. There is a flash of green light as it happens from where it hits her. And then there's blood all over her chest, immediately pouring out of the wound. Her eyes are wide, and a breath leaves her. And as you watch the realization that she is going to die cross her face, and tears in her eyes, you hear, "If we live for the Lord, and if we die for the Lord. So whether we live or die, we belong to the Lord." And then she crumples to her knees and falls at Arthur's feet. Roll me wits plus awareness.
Five.
You realize that there is a hole in her back, but you cannot see the rest of the arrow. And for a moment, there is confusion because it clearly went through her. And then you look up, and there is a hole and a dark spot in the already dark fabric of Arthur's shirt. And he is swaying on his feet.
She's going to bolt to Arthur. No.
Arthur, you do what you can to stay on your feet, but the second she is there and her arms are reaching out for you, you fall into them. You can hear the world go tinny and thin around you.
No.
You can the edges of your vision go a little gray. You have moments at most. You can already feel blood filling up your lungs.
No. Can't die.
Rosanna.
Let us out! Let us out!
Rosanna. You won.
No. I can't lose you too.
Hey.
Let us out!
Listen. It's fine.
No.
You have to let her go. You have to move on. It's okay. I can stand before the judgment now.
No.
I'm free.
Please,
Hey.
Please.
He's gonna reach up his hand as weak as he can to try to touch her face.
You can't die on me.
Rosanna. You need to move on. Because you're the strongest one of us all. And I did this for you. It's okay.
No. Stay with me, Arthur. Stay with me. We're gonna get you help. Isabel can fix you again. We can patch you up. Stay with me. Stay with me. Stay with me. Please. Please.
I love you, Rosanna.
Arthur, please. No, please. He's just gonna lean in. Don't die on me, Arthur. I promise we'll get you out. And then you can go back and we can Katie, Lincoln, start that family.
I don't think I have a choice. But you do. You get a chance to keep going on. It was you or her, and I chose you.
And with that final thought, Arthur lets out a raspy breath, and his eyes close, and his body goes still.
No! No! No.
Rosanna.
Wake up.
Rosanna, as you are holding him and weeping over the body of your fallen comrade, you feel arms around you. And the smell of honeysuckle and apples in springtime fills the air around you. I'm so sorry. I wouldn't have helped if I'd known. I'm so sorry.
I wouldn't have done it if I'd known he was there.
You know?
I wouldn't have done it if I'd known that he was there. God damn it!
Look at me. He didn't warn you for a reason. I know it hurts and it doesn't make it any better, but he made a choice.
I loved him.
I know. I felt it every day. I know. He loved you too. That's why he was always the one to be at the front of the line when there was a fight. He didn't get in their faces because he felt like it was the place for him. He got in their faces so that he could protect you and the others. But mostly you. I'm sorry. If I had the power, to fix it, I would, but I don't. I can only grow new things. I can't.
I know.
I'm so sorry. Do you want me to go? I'm sorry you cut out.
I don't want to be alone. I don't want to be alone.
I can probably force the doors open if you want to leave.
No. I don't know. I don't know what I want right now. I don't know what I want. I was okay with losing everybody in my life. I knew that quiet wasn't gonna stay. I knew that Rin wasn't going to stay. Alas, the only reason why I went back to this life I lost my only real friend.
You mean Ophelia?
Lost two only friends.
Don't think you lost her. I think she just needs time. You remember? She gave you these, and she'll tap under your shirt where the anti-vampire charm is. I don't think she'd have left that if she was done with you. What? Sorry, I didn't.
Just need I just need my friend. I just need Arthur back. He was the only one who never really left. And she's just gonna lean in and just kiss him on the forehead.
She will stroke your hair.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
He wouldn't want you to apologize. I am. She kind of looks up and towards the door, and she looks a little alarmed. I think they're coming back. I've got to go. Shouldn't be here. I don't know what happens to me if he comes back.
Go back in. Oh, we'll fix this later.
She reaches in, gives you a tight hug, disappears. The door unlocks. One of the soldiers of Gladius Day is standing there, and he looks at the scene, looks pained physically. At the sight of Rin at first. And then he schools his face. I'll help you carry him out. Can you walk?
Yeah. Yeah.
I know I'm a stranger, but do you need a hug first? He walks over, pulls you to your feet, and wraps you up in a tight hug. And for several long minutes, that's all that happens. Okay. I have to carry him now.
Okay.
Do you need a minute to say goodbye to your sister, too?
Yeah.
Okay. He leans down and he scoops up Arthur. And as he gets to the door, he pauses for a moment and he looks back and he sighs a little bit. Power changed her, but she wasn't all bad. I know it's hard to see that, but...
Oh no.
Well, maybe the rest of us can learn from this lesson. And then he turns and leaves the room. I will give you a couple minutes in game or in real life time to say what you need to say to Rin, and then we've got to move on because we've got one more big thing that's got to happen before the night's done. Sorry, I don't want to rush you, but we're already 20 over, so.
I'm sorry that we never saw eye to eye. And I'm sorry that I didn't try harder to end our relationship before you went off. I do love you, Fred. Nothing about that has changed. You're always gonna be my little sister.
As you say that, you feel the faintest brush of something against your cheek. It's not quite there, but it's warm. And it's brief. And it's this like half brush, half tap feeling against your cheek that she used to do when you were little. And you'd have a nightmare and she'd crawl into bed to cuddle you until you fell back asleep again. And then it's gone. All right. We're gonna fast forward a little bit and shift to the outside, give Legacy a minute to recover from the method acting that we got to watch. And outside, Bishop Thomas, Isobel, and Piper are on a screen that is not at all organized because I prepped a screen that I ended up not needing. Give me a second. Sorry, guys. I didn't really have time to throw to the control security room thing, which is what this was set up for. So 3 of you are outside when, or up, I shouldn't say outside, you're upstairs. Isobel, you were most of the way to the door, and literally on your way out when Bishop Thomas caught up with you. You're not entirely sure what he did, but he said a small prayer and touched your forehead. And the fear subsided. It was still there, but it was less prevalent. And a moment later, there was a faint, I want to say like a burning sensation that kind of went all through you. It wasn't super crazy painful. It didn't feel like you were being burnt at the stake, but it was like that. Have you ever gotten like an anesthesia through an IV that made your whole body kind of feel vaguely like it was on fire for the first couple of seconds that it was going through you? That's what it felt like. And you realized after a moment that you felt weaker. Like he had burned off the last of what was left behind in your blood. Or at least negated it so it didn't have any power while here.
Lovely.
Welcome to what true faith can do. And you all are sitting in the pews, quiet, tense. Well, I should say Isobel and Piper are sitting in the pews, quiet and tense. Thomas keeps pacing out of the doors that you all came in, standing on the stairs, staring out at the people walking around on the sidewalks outside, and then walking back in and up to the altar where he stares at the cross hanging on the wall above it, and then back outside, and he just keeps making that circuit every few minutes. And eventually, you all hear footsteps. And those 2 Gladius Day soldiers come in carrying a stretcher between them with a white cloth draped over it.
Bishop Thomas goes into his pocket, pulls out, it's a stole, it's a religious stole, but it's this tiny little folded up one because it's a travel stole. But he immediately pulls it out, kisses the back of it, and puts it on.
That's
And he will pull back the sheet covering the body.
You all see Arthur's face.
Amen. Isobel looks away.
His eyes are closed. His arms are tucked at his side, and his sunglasses have been folded up and tucked into the pocket of his shirt. They've clearly made an effort to try to make him as presentable as possible, that there's nothing that can be done to hide the hole in his chest and the remnants of what look like an arrowhead and shaft. Sister Mary Elizabeth is still down there, but we wanted to give Dr. LaBelle a moment to say goodbye. Is there somewhere specific you want us to put him, or should we hold him until Emmy can collect him?
I am an Emmy. We'll take him home.
You should bring your vehicle around to the cargo entrance.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a medical equipment in the back. Put him there.
Loving and merciful God, we entrust our brother Arthur to your mercy. You loved him greatly in this life. Now that he is freed from all its cares, give him happiness, peace forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
All right, who's gonna move the bus?
Piper will go move the RV.
Okay. As Bishop Thomas begins his prayer, Piper walks out. A few minutes later, the two soldiers will load Arthur into the back, into the area that Piper points out for them. They just give you guys the stretcher. They strap the stretcher down to your own stretcher, so it's settled because theirs doesn't have legs. Legacy, are you ready? Okay. And as that is all wrapping up, we will hide Arthur because he's not here. Add Thomas. All right. Rosanna, you come upstairs. I'm going to assume you've left Rin's body instead of trying to haul it up the stairs by yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you position her in any particular way, or did you just leave her the way she was, the way she fell?
I would have positioned the body to make it a little bit easier for them to get onto like a stretcher. So like I had her hands, I closed her fist and like rested one hand over the fist up by her chest so they could her and move her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gonna take some mild artistic liberty and say that you put her on her back, remove the arrow.
Yeah.
And then did that old-fashioned thing where if a warrior died, you put their sword on their chest and closed her hands around the pommel.
Yeah.
So that's what Gladius Day will find when they go to collect her. As you come upstairs, Arthur's body is nowhere to be seen, but Piper, Isobel, and the bishop are returning from the back of the building, it looks like.
Slowly go over to Rosanna and hug her.
Yeah, Piper follows. Wasn't supposed to go like this.
Sister Mary Christopher shows up with a couple of travel size packs of tissues and hands them around to the three of you. I'm very sorry for your loss.
Yeah, well.
He put himself in danger so that Rin couldn't turn to hit me and I could get a shot on her.
Yeah, that sounds like Arthur.
Dad doing what he does best.
Being a bit of an idiot.
Bishop Thomas, is there anything you would like to say before we wrap up the scene?
The three of you should go.
Yeah.
We'll clean up here.
I'm sorry we weren't able to save her.
He kind of... the bishop looks at Piper for a second, then looks at Roseanne. I'm sorry we weren't able to save either of them. Or maybe even all three. And he goes back downstairs.
All right. The three of you load into the RV. Gozer, without command, immediately goes to Rosanna and puts his head in her lap. Piper drives. Gonna say that Isobel busies herself looking Rosanna over to make sure that there's no other injuries. Haven't been noticed in the heat of the moment and in the upset. We're gonna skip forward a bit. You all are allowed to be there for the service at the cult if you would like to be.
Yeah.
Piper's yes, Isobel yes, Rosanna? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Normally I would want to play all of this out, but we don't have that kind of time. It is tender and it is moving, and Katie Lynn is heartbroken but stoic. She strikes you as the type of woman that in a moment of crisis, she locks down her emotions and she deals with what needs to be done, and then she has her cry later when eyes aren't on her. And then she politely, gently, but firmly asks you to leave. Tells you to call her in a few days, but she needs time to grieve. And that having Arthur's hunting friends around right now just isn't... She just can't handle it. We'll say a week later. You all have stayed at a hotel, paid for by a mysterious benefactor.
It's that or we borrowed from the cult.
No.
Isobel has money.
No, we will say that you all were effectively contacted via email to Piper's email. That rooms at a B&B that is in a lovely remote location in Tennessee have been made available for you. You are paid through the week. It's rest and relaxation, no strings attached. It is a well-meaning gift from somebody who shares in your pain. Doesn't take, and I'm not going to ask for rolls, doesn't take much to figure out that Bishop Thomas shelled out some SI money to give you guys a place to recuperate because he doesn't like how things went down. But he also knows it's not his place to be a part of the grieving process. This is just his way of showing Rosanna that he still cares about his family. All right, Rosanna.
Yes.
At the end of your week, you don't know how much time you have before Thomas either finds somebody else in the family who can potentially tap into this, finds a way to do it himself, or if that's not going to happen at all. You don't know. But you made a promise, and I promised you that I'd give you on airtime to let everybody know what that would be. What option are you going to pick in regards to your favorite?
She's gonna let her go.
Just release her without any idea what's going to happen.
She's gonna let her go.
Okay.
And allow her to settle in with Rosanna's body.
Okay, are you giving up full control or shared control?
Shared.
All right. I need you to make me a willpower check. Your total willpower, not your unspent willpower. Which I'm pretty sure would be back by now anyway, so it's not a big deal. Okay.
3.
All right. You didn't botch, so you're still there. Should probably ask, did you tell Isobel and Piper what you were doing?
I would have let them know.
Okay.
I would have let them know before she took off.
So should I assume that you have taken your bike somewhere remote to do this so that you have some privacy and you're in nature? Okay.
Yeah.
You stand in an open field. You summoned her before this. The two of you have hours where you sit and you talk. You discuss what your plan is and how this is going to work. She warns you once more that she does not know what the outcome of this will be. She's never enacted the changeling way. She just has a vague idea of how it works. When you make it clear that you are sure that you have made up your mind, this is your choice. You want her to have a chance at a life, but you also don't want to die. She takes a deep breath, nods, and in the light of a rising full moon, you two stand and hold hands, and she leads you in a chant, and your foreheads lean together and touch. And in that moment, there is a cool It's like being touched with all of the cool, clear, I don't want to say intensity, but sensation of dipping your foot into a perfect, pristine body of water for the first time. And then you feel warm. And you feel arms envelop you one more time. And you can feel your consciousness starting to slip into this twilight, not quite awake state. And for just a moment, you can tell that you are not alone inside of your body. And a hand feels like it squeezes yours a moment before it melds and becomes the same as yours. And then everything is dark. And a moment later, your eyes open. But the world is different. You're different. You're not Rosanna anymore. Not really. You're Tuathla. You're royalty. It's been a long time since you've walked the world. Maybe you'll do it again. You can, in the back of your mind, you can imagine the sleeping mortal who allowed you use of her body. And the love and tender connection the two of you shared. And then you bend down, you scoop up the leather jacket that she left on the ground and the keys. You're pretty sure you know how to drive. And you walk towards the road where the motorcycle she left behind is parked. You don't know when the next time you'll speak to Rosanna is. It could be months, could be decades. What you know is that the first thing you have to do is find your people.
Well, Rosanna, thank you. But I think it's time to go to DC.